And we are live, I believe. Let's see. We've got Mohawk was first in the house tonight. We got JB, Bear Rose. Welcome, you guys. Get rid of that. Get that YouTube browser muted so we don't have an echo. It's always a pain in the butt. Got this big monitor, so I always run the browser as well as the StreamYard so I can see what's going on real time. Have no fear, the Dougster is here. Good to see you, man. How's it going tonight? Vic, nice. Nice to see you. Working on cards and listening in. Good to see you. Nice hat. Yeah, I don't know where that thing just showed up. I don't know where the hell it came from. Some frickin' guy made it. How's it going tonight, John? NSB, good to see you. Southern Juju, good to see you. Chris, Colleen Tebow. Jason's Garage, long time no see, brother. Good to see you, man. Turbo Tom, good to see you. Bigfoot's Mark, hey, how's it going? We're filling right up in here. Get us a good turnout tonight. The one-eyed cat, the one and only, Dawn. Long time no see, John Wilburn. How's it going? Wearing one of the new shirts. I just made this one the other night for Rapid Transit J. These are now available on the website. And of course, I'm not selling. I'm making the CRT Casper Matic hats for John Cope, but I'm not selling them. You got to go to his website to get them. And they are currently available, unless he sold them all. But I think if he did that, he'd be barking at me for more. What's happening, Dr. Art? Good to see you, buddy. Justin Hill, welcome. Oh, we're getting a pretty full house already. 5 minutes in, we already got 22 in here. Heavens Mopar Scott, how's it going? That will be a car again. What's the Dougster up to? Great, Tony, been busy. Got valves out of the 440 source heads, getting ready for porting. Currently 60 grit sandpaper rolls, the intake runners on my tunnel ram. Nice. That's tedious work, but boy, it sure pays off in the end. Nothing like a good port and polish job. JB is here, but playing music. Right on. Functional History says, I have a plan that I'm hoping a certain road runner will go through with. If he does, I'll be ordering some shirts. Awesome. I'll be able to do it for you. JB's playing music. What you playing, JB? It has been a cold week here in northern Arizona. It was 9 frickin' degrees out this morning. I actually had a really busy week. I've been out in the shop all week working on Chevy trucks and skid steers. Wasn't any fun the other day pressure washing that skid steer out in the 30-degree weather. I didn't think he swung that way. That's brisk. Yeah, it was definitely brisk. Yeah, I think it's already down. I mean, it's still early here. It's just a little after 8, 4 minutes after 8 here, and it's already down to about 28 degrees outside. Yeah, no, it wasn't a steam cleaner. It was just pressure wash. I wished I had a steam cleaner. Those damn things are expensive. But it wasn't really greasy. It was just a lot of built up dirt. Voices in his head were singing to him this time, huh, JB? Good one, Don. I hope everybody's having a good Friday evening. I'm just kind of taking it easy today. Like I said, it's been a long week. Well, we got a bunch of shirts done, got them all sent out today. So, everybody, Unity Motorsports Tunnel Ram Mafia shirts are finally in production and heading out the door. Man, those things sure turned out nice. Let's see. JB says I'm playing ACDCs and Van Halen and some other stuff from back in the day. That's some good stuff right there. Mohawk 62 played my favorite music yesterday. Fired up the scamp. Oh, hell yeah. That is music. I love the sound of that. Big block Mopars, especially one with a nice grumpy cam in it. Junkyard D. Hey, Tony and friends. How you doing tonight, brother, man? Evans Mopars Scott says, I think I have an idea, Tony, for a logo for my channel. I'll get with you soon about it. I need an idea for the words Heavens Mopars, though. Yeah, let's talk, brother. We'll come up with something for you. JB, I had Ted Nugent stuck in my head the other day at work. Well, there's definitely worse things to have stuck in your head. Nugent's not bad. Dougster says the old snow machine is cranked up. We're expecting up to 14 inches of snow by Sunday. Yuck. Yeah, I agree. I like the snow. It's cool to look at. But when I got to be out in it, working, dealing with the dummies on the road, nah, you guys can have it. Ted Nugent is Michigan's Uncle Deadly Tedley. Nice. Excuse me. Yeah, I think I burned up about 20 gallons of used motor oil in the old torpedo heater the last 3-4 days out in the shop. I meant to say a font for the words Heavens Mopars. I got you. I have a bunch of them, and there's millions of fonts out there. It's a free for all. Back at April Wine and some other old stuff. Sweet. Turbo Tom says our Lube Tech made my new logo with an app from Bing. Nice. I do like that logo, Tom. That's cool. That would actually that would print up nice on a shirt. We should do you up some shirts. It's got good color in it and everything. He did a nice job. When I was growing up, we had property adjoining Tennessee's. We were afraid to go outside at times with all the random machine gun fire. Hell, I'd shoot back. Dougster says I put my slot car track away and made a porting station out of a large cardboard box. There you go. Help contain some of the debris. It is definitely a messy job. Harder, faster, JB. JB's little shop. Hang on, waiting for Lars to go home. Go home, Lars. Max Wedge. Hello, everyone. What's happening, man? Good to see you in here tonight. Dougster's down in a basement where it's warm, damn it. Right? Yeah, it's been I got that big shop out there, but it ain't insulated. So it doesn't really stay much warmer than it is outside. And the other morning it was what the hell was it, 17 degrees inside. I just fired up that 180,000 BTU torpedo and shut the door and went back in the house for a little while. Back out there, and it was nice and toasty. One-Eyed Cat says I did the same. Dougster, TN, Ted Nugent. Nice. Seen Ted 3 times. That's awesome. Had Alive and these women took it over. Lars laughing his ass off. Howdy, howdy. How you doing tonight, buddy? Good to see you. One-Eyed Cat says that was last winter, though. Heads ported nicely for my first time. Awesome. Dean Stevenson's in the house. Count the legs, Lars. Hey, Damien. Long ass live today, huh? Auto Salvage Outlaws. Hello, everyone. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Ted Nugent. What the fuck? Junkyard D says Scott need a halo over the Mopar, but with the heavy Slayer font. That's actually a pretty good idea. Uh-oh, doorbell's ringing. We might be in trouble now. Oh, we got a black screen. You there, JB? What'd you do? Did you drop your phone? So says, hello, Mohawk. Dean says JB has a spider wandering around with 7 legs. I think maybe Lars took it. I wouldn't doubt it. Well, Lars might have even ate it. Well, what the heck we got going on? We got 2 JBs in here.
Hi.
Oh, there.
I'm the original. I'm the original.
Boy, I hope so.
What the hell's going on in here?
Oh, we just hanging out and talking a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, you made me turn my music off. Man, I was waking up neighbors and everything, but hey.
I didn't make you do nothing. I just invited you. It's always a good time when you guys come in, you know.
Hope everybody's doing all right.
Well, we like a good time.
Hey, look at that. Go Hawks, go Heathens. Blaker's in the house. Good to see you, Blake.
Dude, he's on the wrong channel. It's supposed to be not Heathens, but what was it? I used to call myself the Deplorable. This is the Deplorable channel.
Yeah, there you go. A Mean Street Mopar. Can't wait to have my 440 put together. Right on, man. Yeah, they are fun. Look at that. We got the one, the only Busted Radio Garage, Chris, in the house. Good to see you, man.
You watch out for that guy. He got some balls.
Well, I know he's got some balls. Certain somebody bumped their head when they tried to step on him, didn't they, Chris?
I got that man's back any day.
Yeah, no, Chris is good people. You and me both. Lars, you still working at No Shave November?
Yeah, from 2020.
Oh, damn, he's way over there.
I'm making my way back around.
MSM.
Yep.
Dan, yeah, from 2020. Me too, Main Street, getting the parts to do a 440 this spring. It's going to be a good build, Don. Appreciate you, fellows.
Let's see. I was thinking calling Don out this year, but damn, he's going to do that. I don't think I need to mess with that. I don't know what else. I mean, there's no name national. Damn, somebody bring something down there a week so I can at least call them out.
You can race whoever you want. It's all in good fun.
Yeah, I'm thinking sabotage everywhere.
You know who had a good one was that little red Pontiac that Buff brought last year. That was did you raced him, didn't you?
Yeah, but there was an issue with the truck when I raced him. It would been a lot closer, and I was really hoping it would turn out that way, but it didn't.
Yeah. Maybe he'll bring Brian Vantana back.
Heck yeah.
That's a cool van right there.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. He's about 50,000 subscribers. He probably is way over us.
Nah.
Yeah. No, Buff's good people.
Yeah, I call Buff every now and then and go, dude, I hope you got your head grounded.
What's happening, Don?
Howdy, Don.
Oh, no.
Teflon Don.
It's the dawn.
Yeah,
Hey, Don, I got more cookies. Sorry, dude.
See what Blake says? The brown eye cat.
Proud
The
out.
brown eyed cat.
luckily, she finally gave up and is laying on the back of the chair. Usually, like during Wilburn's live, and the cat was right in my face. I couldn't see half the screen. I couldn't find the keyboard. I'm like, Jesus Christ, just go away.
Got this friendly little feud going on here. John Cope says Snow Tree Productions. And Blaker says Mother effing Cope. How's it going, you guys? I tell you, I don't think there's a mean bone in either one of them guys' body. Both good people.
Good people all around.
That's why we hang out together.
Right? You know, like minds are attracted to hang out. Evans Mopar Scott says, to make sure I make no name, I'll be yanking the 44727 out of the Duster and throwing it in the Charger, then maybe just go with the 340 I have in the Duster. There you go.
Yeah, keep it simple till you get there. Like last year, I didn't realize how much we did to this cart, but I just wanted to. That's why I didn't mess with the motor and tranny last year. I did everything else.
Right.
Motor and trannies this spring. I want to get 8 barrels on there instead of 5.
Nice. That'll be fun.
Well, like I said, I got this other motor. I've never built a motor before, but but always wanted to, and then I had kids, and here I am, 58 years old, trying to be a teenager again, and this is my rowdy friends. But
right,
I just want to put a fresh motor in it. I just want a little bit of a cam, so just enough cam that I want as much cam as I can get while keeping everything else stock.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to go buy rockets. I don't want to buy springs. I don't want to, I want to put bearings and rings in it in the cam.
Yeah. No, it'll run good.
Yeah, I get a second 4-barrel on there. I'm curious what a 440 can actually do. Because this motor is in the car now. It come out of a motor home, and he just, plucked it and stuck it. I doubt that motor's ever been a part that's in the car. You
get 9.5 to 1 compression in it and a nice little cam. That bitch is it's just gonna run good. It's gonna have good manners. It ain't like that car's a heavy car. It'll run good for you.
Well, it runs pretty good now, believe it or not. But I'm just curious what a true 440 in there would do.
Yeah, something, around, like 1970 specs or something. Hang on a sec, you guys. I'll be right back.
Maybe Lars will let you borrow his coat. It's nice and toasty warm. Man, no. Give the old man a break, man. Throw it over his shoulders for a minute.
We've been working on the heater all day, and it still stinks like crazy. And
he's been working on it.
Man,
how's it work?
And it still Stinks like crazy.
You keep shutting that damn door.
Open the door.
Exactly.
No, that's what he just said. No, you keep shutting the door.
Not the house door.
Oh God, yeah. I'm trying to.
What I miss?
It's like a
JB's
carburetor.
killing himself with carbon monoxide poisoning.
Yeah,
Well, don't
it's
be
like
doing that.
It's like a carburetor with no air. It's just freaking ridiculous.
There ain't any fun in that.
Don't worry, I'll get it figured out. I always do.
I have faith in you.
Nothing else, I'll send it to Don, let him rebuild the damn heater.
I'll set it out on the corner for the scrap guy.
Nice. It beats fertilizing it. There you go. 2 below Monday night. Piss on that. We were 11 degrees warmer than that this morning.
I think it's sitting there smoldering.
Oh, God.
Chris said Lars shit himself.
Oh, damn. Dude.
Say what?
Lars is checking that out.
Not yet.
He's working on it.
Well,
That's
if you
funny
don't,
right there.
well, if you don't check, then you chafe, and then it hurts.
Right.
That's gonna.
I always tell him it's going to hurt when it dries, or it's going to itch when it dries.
Exactly.
We're not going to hang in here long because we got a long road trip tomorrow to go visit another YouTuber.
Nice.
Oh, cool. Safe journey.
And, it's cold and stuff. Can't really get out and do nothing. So, hey, let's go visit people.
Yeah.
I can dig it. So I just sit here and look out the kitchen window waiting for spring.
Right.
Oh,
I
damn.
bet it's
Don
cold
was-
up there by you, Don.
If Don was-
It's actually not bad right now. It's what is it? 40. But we got rain coming through. But after this rain comes through tonight, should be done by morning. Then we got 40-mile-an-hour winds for tomorrow.
Oh,
oh,
yuck.
crap. We're
And
Chris
getting
has a
that.
date with Homer in the morning. He's going to take off. So don't let your meat loaf.
Right?
Yeah. We're dealing
Well,
with that
have
right
fun
now.
with Homer. I'm glad you stopped in, man.
We're
Take
dealing
it
with that
easy.
right now, Don. And the wind out here is like 40 to 50 mile an hour.
Well, I was
The
saying this
tomorrow's supposed
weather, everybody's been getting this weather lately. It's just
Yeah.
part of it.
tomorrow's
had
supposed tomorrow's supposed to be decent. It's 41 degrees, in the middle of the day. And hey, this is the last chance to go visit somebody before it gets really nasty.
Right.
Yeah, it's supposed to get like down into 10, 11, 12 degrees next week for us. Which
Same
is
right
cold.
here. Same
You know.
right here. Minus
Well,
2.
Gotta go out and stick a finger in the radiator, see if it's froze up in there yet.
It's supposed to be minus 2 here Tuesday.
Screw that. Yeah, ASO says he's going to hibernate till Tuesday.
My big block hibernates till spring.
Right. Blake says he shoveled the big dock yesterday, moved 40,000 pounds of snow by hand. Now, that sounds like a hell of a workout.
Well,
Oh,
you
we don't
gotta
even-
get a run going. You just how
Dude,
wide
we
the
don't-
dock?
We don't even talk about Bad Tree and Blake because he shunned me at the No Name Nationals. How dare you, man?
He never come over and visited our neighborhood.
Yeah.
Scott says it's 1 below now in Spokane.
Yeah.
You can have it. When it gets that cold, I got to leave the water trickle in the bathroom.
Yeah. Screw that.
Well,
I'm going on.
It didn't go below 0, but it was 9 degrees out this morning when I
That's
got
still
up.
cold. That'll freeze pipes.
Yeah.
Blake,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was damn well cold enough for me, I tell you.
Yeah, I'd definitely be warming up the car before I go to work that day.
Right.
Blake, don't take that personal, man. I'm just poking fun. Poke, 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 poke.
Max Wedge says, I just came in from sitting in my garage with my car. It gets lonely.
You just find you
Guys,
run out of
see
stuff
Chris.
to talk about.
Scarlet, before I could, I won't be here long. I want to stop by and say hello. Well, I'm glad you stopped in, John. Good to see you, man.
I got you back.
That is probably one of the best looking cudas on YouTube.
Did you get a
That
new
is a
carburetor?
nice car.
They ain't paying no attention to that crap.
What the hell are you wearing?
Oh, he got another carburetor.
You don't see some
Is that
carburetors?
the air cleaner for it? That was
y'all guys know we ain't right.
That's why we get along so well.
If you can't have fun, what the hell can you have, right?
Bunch of drama.
Bruce Coltgen, 40 below in southern Alberta.
I can just imagine how low in the horizon the sun is in Alberta.
Yeah.
No, forget that crap.
No.
Well, I've noticed the days are getting longer already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're getting back up there.
That is a good thing. I hate them short days. Can't get nothing done. Last time I had a shovel, I gave it away.
I hope Max Wedge get the left-handed shovel away, not the right-handed shovel.
Well, I got lucky that we got our freaking snow yesterday, and yesterday morning I finished fixing that skid steer, so it was here all day, and I used it to get the damn snow cleared out of the way.
Well, you got to make sure everything's right. You know.
Barry Rose knew. I was cracking up. He goes, "Dang, I just shoveled all this stuff off with that damn tractor. Crap, I got to do it again today."
And then it come on back. Yeah, I think we're supposed to get some more this weekend too. I don't know. I haven't looked at the weather, but I think it was supposed to.
We're good.
I'm so damn mad, JB. I think we're expecting some more snow on Sunday or something. I could drink another beer. Well, so could I.
I was debating about grabbing one earlier, and Blake come in and cheered everybody. It's like, so I made up my mind.
Yep. I seen that because I cheered him, and then he cheered back, and then I seen your comment about getting a beer.
I was debating about whether to grab a beer or not, and it's like Blake cheered everybody, so it's like I flipped a coin and it said grab a beer.
SB saying to Scarlett, before I could, we're going to try to make a fun day Sunday on the 21st Orlando Speed World. Yeah, you guys in your nice weather. Rub it in.
Heck yeah, SB, man. Heck yeah, man.
Weather's always nice for him.
Wow, you can even for him the sun's up here.
I know, right?
Me, it's over here right now.
Until that water spot runs across his damn property, and that monsoon and
weather is drunk here in South Carolina when it was 42 when I got off work at 3:30 and it's 64 now. What the hey?
I bet the wind was blowing too.
Wait till tomorrow, Colleen. It'll be 18 below.
Dean says like diarrhea with harder and smaller parts. Ouch. You must be talking about the chunky kind or something. Ouch.
There you go, BTP. That's what's fixing to happen right here tomorrow.
26 and blizzard. Yeah,
that's what's going to happen here tomorrow.
Yeah, like you said, JB, it's everywhere. The whole country's getting it.
Saying for us, it's supposed to be like 40 in the morning, but by dark, it's supposed to be down into 28, 29. It's supposed to be windy all. Supposed to be windy all day tomorrow.
Oh crap! In Tennessee tomorrow night, -2 degrees.
I didn't think it got that damn cold in Tennessee.
Well, you can have it. Saying if it was us, you'd be glad it wasn't you too.
Max
But-
Wedge Dick Dastardly says, I gave away 20-pound sledgehammers. Now one's mine again. It's in the garage. Blake's just an everyday influencer. You guys are making me thirsty now. I got to go get a drink of water, says Scott.
Dang.
Hit that like button, everyone. Thanks, Colleen.
Don't hit that like button. Nobody hits my likey thingy.
And hit my subscribe thingy. Or no, hit my like thingy. And subscribe, damn it.
Damn it.
He's funny. I like watching Bondo Billy's videos.
All right, guys, I hate to cut out, but it's time to eat.
Well, then go eat.
Go eat.
Yeah, I done drank enough beer and hang out with everybody, listen to music. It's time to eat.
Well, that's good. You didn't drink too much beer and you didn't get belligerent. We still had a good time.
Oh, you want me? What? No, I won't get to but,
You know what I'm talking about.
Y'all have a great night and a great day tomorrow, and watch out for damn loose nuggets because there's one out here.
Is its name Lars?
I was leaving work
It's
the other day and
foggy.
there was something shiny laying in the road.
Oh, he's eating pizza.
Pizza time.
Right on.
Y'all have a good one, though.
Yeah, y'all take care, man.
You guys have a good weekend. So I bet you're looking forward to some nice weather and get back to work on the car, huh, Don?
I got to get a parts list together. Which I don't know who I'm going to talk to, but I just want to put a simple cam in it and, rings and bearings. Because rebuilding it, and Wendy's wondering why I even tore it apart because it already ran. It's like I want better.
How are the cylinders? Pretty good shape?
They're almost too smooth.
Right. Yeah, they're probably glazed, but no taper, no ridge on them.
No ridge.
Nice.
I don't know about taper. I don't have calipers, but
well, if you ain't got a ridge, you ain't got much taper.
Right.
Right. That's why you get the ridge. You get the bore taper up to where the top of the top ring goes.
Right, because
that's how you end up with a ridge. But yeah, I'd hone it and ring it and put a mild little cam in. Did you say Joe was going to give you a cam or hook you up with a cam?
He said he has a voodoo cam that would wake that up nicely.
As long as it ain't too big for what you want to do.
Right.
Yeah, if you ain't wanting to change springs and stuff, I
might go springs. I kind of want to, because I'm not taking the heads to a machine shop. I don't have money to have them trued, and
right.
I got sandpaper out here that's this wide. I can put it on a piece of granite, and
yeah, well, sure. Well, and the only other thing you got to be careful with is, a lot of the time you get over, about 480 thousandths of lift, you got to start cutting guides down. But other than that, you should be fine. I mean, do you have a valve spring compressor, Don?
Yeah, but it's not the happiest tool to work with. It's an old school one. I found it on Marketplace. I got the spring or the ring compressor. I got the valve compressor.
I got you. Yeah. Is it one of them little screw down ones? Is that the one you got? Or
you got to close the handle, but the screw part comes through so far it wants to kind of cock sideways.
Oh, I got you.
Straight. You got to keep a twist in it so it stays straight half the time. Then it's just borderline being enough or not, or enough or not enough.
Right. Yeah, I've got an old mechanical C-clamp style like that. It's a temperamental thing, but
it got the job done.
Yeah, we'll get the job done. I've put heads together with 450 pounds over the nose with that stupid thing, and had it for a bazillion years and it just keeps working for me. So I just keep using it. Probably the same darn one you have. Bad Tree says, what motor?
440.
Yeah. Yeah, you're talking about your 440.
Oh, he's talking over there in the chat.
Yeah. Yeah, Bad Tree Blake says what motor? And NSB and John Scarlett are talking. We got ASO in the house. Call it a night. I'm tired. Have a good night, everyone. Right on. Good to see you, man. Take it easy.
Yeah. If you're out tomorrow, we'll talk then.
Let's see. NSB. Wow. Hope it doesn't go boom. Right?
All right. Hey, I'll be back in a quick minute. I'm
You
gonna
gotta grab my refill.
that and that spring compressor's upstairs in the bedroom.
Oh yeah, go grab it and show it to us.
Yeah.
Sleep well, me. NSB says, Scarlet Ford Cootie, you're a good man. As long as you don't have slicks, you will be good. They're pretty cool on non-event days. Right on. Oh, you must be talking about probably a drive shaft loop. I'm not reading all the comments. I'm being a lousy host. Yep, here we go. They're picky tech most. Stocks, no drive shaft loop. Shit, I still got to put the damn drive shaft loop in mine. Build the drive shaft loop and put in it. And I'm going to have to do it this year because bringing some, I got them 12-inch drag lights. I'm going to probably thinking about doing a 31 by 13 slick on sliders and cowl tracks and good double adjustable shocks. Get them straight up and down, get the angle out of them. Maybe that damn truck will hook. Mohawk just caught a glimpse, but it's a super cool truck for him. Right on. You got a once in a lifetime deal on that. Bad Tree Blake says, I got a cam, springs, and lifters. Something that might work for Don Blake. That'd be cool. Have to make sure he sees that when he gets back. NSB says, or Scarlett says, NSB car is cool. My second grandson was just born on Wednesday. We have grandson number 1 since Tuesday. Need to make sure all is good. Well, congratulations on the new grandson. Big Block 402. What's happening, Steven? Good to see you. Saw that big engine you're building on Facebook. Boy, that looks like it's going to be an animal. How you doing tonight, man? Worries. These comments are getting away from me. Congrats. Howdy, Steven. No slicks here. Yeah, I tried the no slicks last year and it just didn't work. All I made was smoke all the way down the track. It's damn cold in the shop tonight. Been working on my engine. Yeah, I've been in a damn cold shop all week. Stayed in the office today. Did a bunch of other stuff. RD. For sure. Congrats, John. Yeah, that's always cool when you get a new grandbaby. $284, 528. It's 284 advertised. Okay, yeah. 241 at 50. 112 LSA. That would be a good cam for him. Might have to shave the guides a little bit though if he hasn't already. But that would be a good cam. How much you want for it, Blake? Tony, would you be willing to tell everyone about your merch program, pricing, shirt quality, etc.? Yeah, absolutely. We can talk about that. Kind of, I don't know, the quality kind of speaks for itself. Got just really, of course, I'm going to sit here and tell you it's great because, it is great, but you know how that goes. But I ain't going to lie to you. It's a good quality product. And the guys, so far, John Cope's got them, John Wilburn's got them, Andy Wood's got them, Unity Motorsports Garage. And, they really like the stuff. It holds up. It's durable. Here is, let's see if we can get it to focus. That's right there. The hat that we did for the Casper Matic. I just did the shirt for Rabbit Transit J. You really have to see. I just shipped out all the what the heck, the Tunnel Ram Mafia shirts. I just shipped them all out this morning, so I don't have a shirt here. But I do have a transfer. Hang on a sec. Well, you guys saw the video, so I did a short last night making the Tunnel Ram Mafia shirt. So you guys did see that the way that came out. I mean, I was impressed with the way that came out. I mean, I know this is a good product, but those carburetors, you could see every detail. You can read Holley. You can read the numbers on the fuel pressure gauge. It's just a great product. I like them. The pricing varies. Excuse me. It depends, one, on how many you get. I mean, there are no minimums, but we start to see some price decreases or discounts as the quantities go up. The size of the graphic will dictate the shirt. We'll take, for instance, something like the No Name National shirt. It goes across the chest, but I think they're 10 inches tall or 10 inches wide or 11 inches wide and a couple inches tall overall. That's a relatively inexpensive print. I can put those shirts out the door for $13-14. You take something like Jay's shirt here. We got a 4-inch, pretty much 4-inch square print on the front, and the same thing on the back at 12 inches. This shirt sells on the website for $29. The 3X, 4X, 5Xs are $31, and Jay gets a $5 kickback per shirt. They're priced that way so I can make some money on the shirts, as well as the channel can make some money on the shirts. Unlike Spring, I've been doing the same thing with Andy, with the Unity Motorsports Garage shirts, the hats. We can do the press transfer hats, or we can also, or the printed hats, or we can also do the embroidered hats. Some of the higher detail stuff, as we all know, it's difficult to turn thread into, a precise detail, but I can literally print a photograph on this stuff. That's exactly what the tunnel ram is on the back of Andy's shirt. It's a photograph of the tunnel ram that's on Casper. And it looks just like it. So I don't charge anything to put you up on the website. I will ask you to pay for the domain, which I'll buy it and then I'll bill you for it. It's $20 for 2 years till you buy a domain, of your choice, and we redirect that domain to your channel, as well as shop dot whatever the domain is becomes your store page. I can go ahead and pull up the main website and I'll share it with you guys. Let's see here. Gunslingergraphics.com. Oh, come on. Let me go ahead and share this screen. Share screen. Go ahead and pop this open. So this is the home page. If you just go straight to gunslingergraphics.com, this is the home page. Let me turn this comment off so you guys can see the whole thing. We don't need that. You won't see that. Of course, I see that admin thing because it's my website. But if you come up here, and of course, we got the collections, right here. We got my channel, Andy's channel, and of course, Jay's channel. But you can, as this grows and as more channels come on board, we're going to have a full page. But we hit this drop down menu up here, YouTube channel merch. We've got my page. We got a description, about Tony's Hot Rod Garage and what we do and the stuff that we have for sale. We've got the different shirts, the hat, the coffee mug, and the stickers. Now we can go and check out Andy's page. We got a picture of Casper. Nice little description about the page and what he's got going on and what he's doing with Casper and his channel and everything. And then we've got his Tunnel Ram Mafia shirt right now for sale. We've got a hat for sale, and this one here is the printed hat. They're $18, and there's enough meat on that bone that Andy gets a little bit of a kickback from that as well, something that he wasn't getting with spring. And we're also going to offer this hat in an embroidered version. It'll be a couple dollars more, but it will also be nicer. And we're coming out with a Casper shirt. We're going to have the Unity Motorsports shirt. It's going to have actually a picture of Casper, probably on a drag strip somewhere. Will be printed on the back instead of the Tunnel Ram Mafia. Look at that. Isn't that cool? That is just a cool shirt. People are scooping them up. They're liking them. It's cool. And then we've got Rapid Transit Garage Jay. We got a picture of his Dart. Another description about the channel, same kind of thing. And right now we've only got the one shirt listed. We're still working on some other stuff. I'm doing embroidered hats for him. I have the hats here. We just haven't had the time to get one embroidered so I can get the picture up on the website. But they are currently available. If you actually ordered one, we get off our butts and do it and get it sent out. But you can't order it because it ain't on the site yet. But that's kind of what we're doing. Really, no money out of your pocket except, 20 or $30 to get it going. If you're going to want to do embroidery, I will ask for a small design fee for digitizing the artwork. That's about $20 per piece to digitize the artwork to go on a hat. It's really not that terrible. It's a one-time deal. Once it's done, we own it, and we can make as many as we need moving forward. But past that, little to nothing out of your pocket. You're going to make a little something off every item sold. And you're going to be responsible for promotion of the page. But you're going to have, like in this case, it's shop.rapidtransitgarage.com. Will take you directly to this page. Shop.unitymotorsportsgarage.com takes you to the Unity Motorsports page, and so on and so forth. And same with my channel, shop.tonysHotRodGarage.com takes you to my page. But what you'll see too when you're looking at these pages. For instance, we'll go to Andy's page. You're going to go to the bottom and we'll select the shirt. But you're going to get, this that you might also like. And we see something from Jay's page. We see something from my page. And it doesn't matter. There's going to be cross promotion involved. And it's just a function of the site. I can turn this on or off, but, I make it. So a person could come in looking for a Unity Motorsports Garage hat, for instance, and leave with one of my coffee mugs and a t-shirt from Jay. It's kind of a cool deal, and it's inexpensive for the YouTuber that wants to get into doing merch, because I will take care of producing it and fulfilling the orders. And then once a month, I run a report and see how many pieces of whatever channel sold, and we'll send out payments, or what's the word? Commissions, royalties, whatever, the kickbacks that the individual channels will be getting for their sales. Who got Tunnel Ram Mafia shirts made? I need one of those. I'm making them, Steven, for Andy. This is Unity Motorsports Garage, Andy Wood. Want one? Go to my website, either go in gunslingergraphics.com and, like I was showing here, go to Andy's page and pick one out, or shop.unitymotorsportsgarage.com will take you straight to his page, and pick your size, buy the shirt, and I'll throw it together and send you one. Yeah, I'm producing them. I'm making them. It's his design. Let's see. Like Don never made it back. Maybe he fell asleep. Go ahead and shut.
No, I'm here. I was watching you.
You were just watching a presentation on.
Well, you had that over me anyway. It's like I was watching your presentation.
Colleen asked for a description, so we'll talk about it. And that might even be something you might be interested in doing if you wanted to sell some shirts.
Nobody will buy my shirts. Not enough to worry about. I wouldn't mind having a couple made though.
Yeah.
Do orders.
Yeah, we could do that.
Because you made my logo, so I've already
got the graphics. It's nothing for me to make you a couple shirts. Yeah, I think I know Wendy's got my number. Yeah, just shoot me a text. I think you do too, but if you don't, your wife does.
Yeah, she's actually she made an address book just for.
Oh, right on. Yeah, so my number ought to be in there. Well, Steven just watched the show at the TRM shirts look great.
Oh, if it's not, this is a new item the last couple weeks. So if it's not in here, it doesn't mean she don't have it.
Well, Tom Wilburn says spring is to shirts what Swift is to trucking. John Cope says, I like that idea, Tony. Yeah, it's taken off pretty good. Like I said, we got 2 on board so far. I'd really like to see a bunch of people get involved, and I've done it in such a way that it's not cost prohibitive. As I know, all you guys out there, not everybody's got money falling out of their ass.
That's why I want to put a cam and bearings and rings and put it together.
Hell,
I don't even care if that cam gives me a bunch of power. I just want that sound. I want just enough cam to know it has a cam.
You've got a good picture of Casper functional histories, Vic? Yeah, if you've got a good picture of Casper, I'd like to see it. It could be a good candidate for the shirt. No, Andy sent me a picture, but I think he wants to try and get a better one.
That's almost ironic because we had Dodge Grand Caravan for like 14 years, and its name was Casper. It had the vinyl on the bug shield, and it was so worn that all you seen was the adhesive, so it looked like a ghost image. But actually, I got that hanging on the wall out here, the bug shield off her van.
Nice.
Wow,
Turbo Tom is asking about copyright problems. There could potentially be copyright problems depending on what we're trying to put together. John Wilburn actually did some extensive research as far as Casper goes, and Casper and the image of the ghost and the name and everything is actually free game. But certain things, like I don't think I'd be out there printing Mickey Mouse on shirts because I'd be liable to have
right.
Disney up my ass for it. Or publicly selling Harley Davidson stuff, that's asking for a lawsuit, which is stupid because you're advertising for them, but it's just the way they work. So, you got to be careful, but the stuff that we're doing, it's all our own designs. So at the end of the day, there's to really answer your question, no, there's not going to be any real copyright problems. Like I said, unless you want something like Mickey Mouse or something on there, but I ain't going to do that. But then there's the old, you take the Mickey Mouse and you change a couple of things about him and make him yours, and ain't a whole lot they can do about it. And think about it, that mouse head is 3 frickin' circles strategically placed in the appropriate location to look like the face of a mouse. It's not a super original idea. And that's just one example, but you guys get what I'm saying.
Steamboat version of Mickey.
There you go. I appreciate the kind words, Mr. Wilburn.
Here comes that cat again.
I'm going to take a picture of his ass and put it on a shirt.
Well, Dylan made me a shirt. That was pretty cool.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, it's on the front it says I hate cats. And on the back it has a mysterious one-eyed cat and like a stick figure, not quite a stick figure of a cat looking back through its tail at you, with the X for a
Oh, isn't that the one you were wearing those at the first No Name Nationals?
I wore that all day.
Yeah, you're talking about the blue shirt, right? With the
pale blue.
With the X for his ass. Yeah.
Yeah, because I like blue shirts because it matches the interior of my car.
Right.
And I can't do black. I cook in black. Well, not this time of year, but
That's looking good, Vic. I just looked at that picture you sent. That's looking good. That's going to be the Casper build. Right on. When are you going to do that one live too, Vic? Mohawk says, Springs to shirts, what shit is to Sleepy Joe. All right.
Right.
No, I think it was in a text message. I was texting with John Wilburn last week, and he made that comment. He said, Spring is to shirts what Swift is to trucking. And there's never a truer statement made. I bought a shirt years ago off of Facebook. It was a pretty cool Mopar shirt, but it was produced by Spring back when they called themselves Teespring still. And I got to tell you, what a piece of shit. I think after about the third wash, the graphics were completely gone off the thing, and it was $30 back then.
Yeah.
Colleen says it's a hell of a concept, Tony. Thanks for doing it. Damien and I are working on some shirt designs. Right on. Yeah, if you guys want to get in on it, I'd be more than happy to put together a page for you. Functional history is working on a design as well. Awesome. Dean Stevens says, one-eyed cat, your headrest is gone.
She's right here. That was earlier.
Junkyard D says, you have a great logo, Don. Go for it. I made that logo.
Yeah.
That was actually it was Dust Devil Brian's idea.
Look at this stupid cat. I brought this valve spring compressor. She's trying to attack it. She's literally chewing.
Keep him going for a minute. I'm going to full screen you because that's fun.
And I had this laying here in front of me, and then she started chewing on it.
They like to play. Kitties like to play. Okay, yeah, that's not the exact same one as mine. Mine's
chewing on it. That ain't playing.
On steel.
You hurt your teeth.
You're gonna have any teeth left?
Well, yeah, and it's still a young cat. It'd suck to go through life without teeth.
Right. Yeah, that ain't the exact same one as mine. Mine's a little beefier than that, but it's the same concept.
But if the cat will go away, that spring compressor we was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
And you got to pull this little lever, and, back it out. And it's got his little notches here, so.
Yeah, I see how. Yeah, I see it ratchet. It kind of ratchets in.
And that's 3.5 inches, so it wants to twist. When I got this, it was used. I had to take these the forks off, or whatever you want to call them, because they weren't true anymore. I had to put fresh bolts in it and snug everything up. And
sure, fix it up, make it work.
Made a big difference, because this one was literally rolled sideways. It's like, how do you roll it to the outside?
Yeah, well, they using it on too heavy a valve spring or not properly adjusting it.
Well, another thing you got me
was, once they get bent, you're fouled.
Yeah, that's why I had to unbend them. But it's got just enough stroke. You got to be real careful getting them keepers.
Getting the keepers out.
Yeah, but it was. So those heads are done. I did them last winter. I built a workbench in my son's old bedroom. It's like, the wife got me an overhead, or it's an LED fluorescent lamp that, it hangs like just right above my head. So I got all the light in the world. Got an old laptop up there. I was going to try and turn it on because I can go live in the workroom up there.
Oh, there you go.
But I think these laptops, do they have a battery that go dead?
They do.
Because I ended up, I plugged it in and I was going to start it up, and it's like it come up, do you want to enter Windows 7? It's like, oh man, this lost everything in its memory, Well,
the hard drive should still be there, and that's where the hard drive shouldn't be it isn't dependent on battery power, but it almost sounds like the BIOS might have reset.
Something reset. It reset to right when you put them together, I think. Yeah,
there is well, the operating system and everything will still be alive and well on the hard drive, but inside that thing there's usually a CR2032, a little lithium battery, like what goes in a key fob for your car or whatever.
Yeah, and it's not the right one.
Yeah,
it's basically those little pucks. They can make 30 different batteries that are that big.
Well, there's only two that you'll find on a motherboard, and it's either a 2032 or a 2025, and they've been that way since
2032. 2032 sounds familiar.
Yeah,
wife just got batteries for her key fob.
Yeah. If that computer was built in the last 20 years, it's I laid
Ooh, see, that's
90
it's old.
percent odds that it's 2032 on the motherboard.
2032. All right. Well, because this laptop's missing a couple keys, and it is all it is a screen and the internet. If you can get it with the mouse, you're good.
Yeah.
Keyboard's about screwed. But
John Wilburn says he read about a dog that ate $4,000 in cash. Holy,
I heard about that.
that's crazy. And he's got a good shot of Casper running at Shady Side. That could be a good candidate for the shirt too. I'd like to see that.
Oh, there's nothing like a brilliant picture. It's 5-6 years ago now.
You can use the steamboat version of Mickey now.
Are you that far behind on your comments?
I must
That was
be.
a while ago. I even checked my YouTube to make sure that I was still live. But we're talking here, it's as live as we can be.
Yeah, no, we're sitting here. That's what we're doing. We're sitting here talking, and I'm not paying attention to the comments. More channels that hook up with you through this website, the merrier for you, Tony. They all say that wealth is created through volume, so it's a win-win situation. Exactly. And then there's a whole cross-promotion thing that goes with it. And that's why, I've come up with a way to where a guy can get in for get going for not a lot of money. Mohawk wants to finish his design and get it over to me. Right on. First one-eyed cat sticker is on my wall. Nice.
As long as I don't have any broken parts on that wall.
Right.
But if I do get broken parts, I will gladly, let him choose. Unless it's my drive shaft, I can fix that. Well, there's always broken parts when you break, right?
Yeah. Yeah, right. John, you're right. 2032 is extremely common.
No,
I buy those things by the dozen. Well, I used to when I had the
she must have heard
mainstream shop, but
speak of the devil.
I'd sell a dozen of those damn things a week. Them stupid little batteries.
Well, she was talking about she got a battery for her key fob or something just a couple months ago, and she's like, the damn thing's dead already. It's like, hey, welcome to Bidenomics.
Yeah, pretty much. You want to talk about batteries, and I'm sure everybody in here being as we're all a bunch of car guys has noticed this. Remember back in the day when you could go to Montgomery Ward or Sears and buy a battery for, a 12-volt car battery. Yeah. And that son of a bitch would be alive and kicking for the next damn decade nearly.
Oh, the one I had in my Ranger, I had for like 12 years. The battery guy's like, how'd you manage that? It's like, I don't know.
And anymore, you buy a battery and the thing's a piece of shit in 2 years.
Well, we've got Willard's. I don't know if that's a brand out your way.
No, I haven't.
But we got a guy up here. He's about 4 blocks up by the Dunkin' Donut, and he knows all you want to know about batteries.
Right.
He lives these things. He'll walk in and already know what you need, But we got Willard batteries in both the cars, and there a while back, the Ford sat for a while. You know how the security system still.
Yeah. And
you don't ever
30
use
or 40 milliamps.
But the battery went dead to where it didn't like to crank anymore.
Right.
And I just took it over to him, and he's like, it just needs zapped. So he threw it on the charger overnight. I picked it up in the morning. There you go. No charge. And it's been running great, but these batteries they've always worked good for me.
Right on. Good deal.
Back in the day, it was Sears or Kmart.
Mm-hmm. Now, I've noticed here in the last, I don't know, 8 or 10 years that the frickin' batteries, they just don't last like they used to. and they're expensive. You know,
Yeah.
hell, the damn battery in my wife's car is 18 months old, and that sumbitch was up and dead after sitting for 3-4 days last week. And then I jumped it, and she went and drove the car, and the damn thing won't fail a load test, but it shouldn't have gone dead in 3-4 days. And that damn battery was $250.
Wow, that's salty.
Right? I just,
I don't even know what one costs for me around here. You know,
I
I won't say I get the buddy price, but you know, he don't rip me off. Yeah,
I was going to take it back and warranty the son of a bitch, but now it won't fail a load test, so they won't warranty the fucker.
It's built into the system. It's made that way.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's got a 3-year warranty on it. Before that 3 years, if I got to put baking soda in that son of a bitch, they're going to give me a new one.
So years ago, I used to have a Grand Am. Well, it was a 5-speed. So, you know, the shifter cable, they tended to break. And it had a year warranty at the parts store. So I had drove this thing, I think 6 or 7 years. You know, I forget what size motor in it. You know, it got side swiped once. Somebody like took the whole driver's side off. It's like, yeah, son of a bitch. I had to get a door out of that one.
Well, the truth is, even the modern stuff, key off, and it does usually take them 3 to 6 minutes for the system to go into sleep mode. But once it goes down into sleep mode, there shouldn't be any more than about 40 milliamps. If there is, something ain't going to sleep. Turbo Tom right here, he's a dealership man. He works on this shit. He'll tell you. You know what I'm talking about, Tom, don't you?
Well, that laptop upstairs, that hasn't been used in months. I'm like 3, 4, 5 months, and it was unplugged, so it didn't have a.
Yeah. Well, they all suck a little something, but when they go into sleep mode, it shouldn't be any more than about a 40 milliamp draw. And a 40 milliamp draw is going to take a long time to pull down a healthy start battery.
Well, saying that laptop up there is so old that we're not really out anything if it's, you know.
Right. LOL Don. Too bad Don's LBB goes back to 1984 with nothing but a girl named Wendy. Sent you a battery price I saw last week. Jiminy crickets. Okay, it's a 31, which is semi-truck sized. And an AGM at that, $500. Holy shit. Okay, there's the actual picture of the battery. Yep. Group 31. Yeah, that's what my semi-truck takes. 4 of them.
I'd have to get the numbers because I work at a place that makes box trucks, you know, right up to 53 footers.
Tom's not wrong about that one. Most Fords are dead in 10 days of not driving. Yeah.
It is a Ford.
Yeah, it's that Escape, and then an Escape.
It's a Freestyle.
Or Freestyle, that's
Ford
right.
Freestyle. They made them 3 years, 05, 6, and 7.
Yeah.
And luckily, I know a guy that is a professor down here at the automotive in Penn College, and his thing is Ford Freestyles. I hit a deer with that car January 2nd going to work. It broke the lens, but not the headlight. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
And you know, it wrinkled the hell out of the door. I got 25-pound of hamburger out of that incident.
Oh shit!
But this guy down here, I told him I needed a headlight. My sister's, he had a washer reservoir for my sister. He's got a parts car. I think probably 2 or 3 of them. I don't know the way he's. But I told him I hit a deer and I needed a headlight, and my inspection runs out at the end of the month. He literally the next day he dropped it off on my porch. On the
Wow.
No, free of charge. I had the passenger side headlight and my sister's reservoir. He just set them over the gate. It was like, there you go. It's like, thank you. It's like I wanted to slip him a couple bucks, because he takes care of me that well. I feel guilty. But I can imagine going to a junkyard and try and find a headlight for a Ford Freestyle.
Oh, man. Yeah.
But it worked out. I didn't saying the headlight still works, and I got it, taped over, packing tape. I just did a couple layers. I went this way and gave it extra, and it bent the corner of the hood about this much. It just folded it on a 90. It's like, crescent wrench will straighten that right out,
Right.
Small anvil and a hammer. It's a
Everybody's
beater.
Mohawk.
That's why we buy beaters. Everything we've had, it's always gone to the junkyard.
Right.
Usually from old age.
Yeah, run them until they're done.
I don't know. I had a Ford Fiesta once. I killed it in one night. It was a little 4-cylinder 4-speed with 12-inch tires.
Yeah.
Oh,
I remember those.
Them little, if you had good tread on them, they'd make some noise.
Mm-hmm.
Not so much the burnout, but the saying that you get some good winter tread on there. They squeal.
Right.
They're
funny.
Fun. They're toys, though.
Little Ford Fiesta. Yeah, I knew a girl that had one of them things. We used to laugh at it when I was a teenager. Cute little car, we called it.
Dean, our roads are brined, salted, and cindered.
They use cinders here. We don't use damn salt.
Well, they put a brine down now that, I don't know, it's supposed to not freeze up on it. That way it doesn't freeze right to the pavement itself.
Right.
It might freeze in a layer, but it won't be attached. But
Evans Mopar Scott says, I just made a video for a jump starter battery pack company. They gave it to me to do a review on my channel. About it for them, it's strong enough to jump start a semi battery good up to 6,000 amps. Ooh. Nice. I need to check that video out. Who's what brand is it? I've got the big boy NOCO. That thing was $350, but it'll jump start my semi. 46, I think it's 4680 is what it's rated at. And I've jump started semis with it. But I'll have to go check out that video. That's cool. It's cool that you got one for nothing. Or for doing a video.
Field test. Send it out into the public. Give me your opinion. Make it good.
I can send me one. I'll do a video on it. I mean, I got a nice one, but I'll do a video for another one.
It's like, how much for me to not say it's garbage?
Well, the thing of it is, I don't care how much you pay me. If it's a piece of shit, I'm going to tell you it's a piece of shit.
Right. Well, I guess that's the point of sending it out into the world.
But it sounds like the one that Scott's messing with actually lives up to his name. I'll have to go watch that video. I'll check it out in the morning. Cryotech calcium magnesium acetate, Don. That's a mouthful.
Yeah. See, anytime Dean shows up, I usually take a couple aspirin just to get ahead of him a little bit.
Right.
But his commentary is,
it's great.
It's in its own league.
Yeah.
A lot of it makes you think. But a lot of it's just, he's just presenting it a different way, I suppose.
Yeah, it's always fun when Dean's in that.
De-icer. Yeah, we're
He's
just
down here is sprayed before ice and storm. Huh. I don't like any of that shit that corrodes.
yeah. It's saying I come home It rained the other day. What day was it? It snowed like an inch or two, and then it changed over, and it rained buckets. Man, it rained all day. So all that snow was clogging up all the drains. You know, but and the snow's gone already, and it's raining again now. It's supposed to quit by morning, but it's supposed to be breezy all day. Which
Yeah,
it's our last day of hunting for the year, so good luck, Don.
hope you get one.
Well, season's over. It's over the 15th, which is Monday, but I can't get out Monday. We don't do Sundays here.
Right. Max Wedge says I bought a new battery and didn't strap it down. First curve, it fell into the fan. Junk.
I believe that.
It's funny you mention that. That my truck, the one that's hot rod drag truck now. When I first bought that truck, when I was a sophomore in high school, it needed a battery. It didn't have a battery in it. And I went and I bought a brand new battery and didn't strap it down. The first time I took a curve, it some bitch went right in the exhaust manifold and melted a big gaping hole in the side of it. Remember,
Yeah, tie downs are a good thing.
yeah, Travis did that with old Red when he got it running, and he didn't tie it down, and the battery fell down and got messed up. Remember talking?
I've seen bungee straps used quite a bit. Well, years ago.
Yeah, I guess for a street driven vehicle, if you use the good rubber ones and you get them tight, it'd be all right because the acid won't go after the rubber. But your regular bungee straps, the damn sulfuric acid will eat them.
No, I did mean the rubber
The rubber ones.
Yeah. Back when that's the only straps they had for truckers back in the 70s,
Yep.
and that was bungee cords.
Oh, I've got boxes of those damn things from when I was trucking.
Nothing like when they break on you. Huh?
Oh, man. They'll come back. They'll take your eye out if you ain't careful. Take your head off, too. Man, they come back with a vengeance.
Yeah.
Sean O'Brien says definitely shot frostbite weather. That is a fact. Dean's talking about taking them as suppositories. Yeah. They took a couple of cars with drag straps that needed tie downs, just pushing the Firebird battery right into the turbo piping. Yikes. Yeah, that's what I was to say. I don't think I'd be taking a car down a drag strip with a damn bungee strap on the battery, but
that's what saying. I had to go through tech last year, which is about the only thing he didn't look for. He asked but didn't look. He's like, neutral safety works in this, right?
Right.
Which I saying it's the battery's right. It's in a box. We redid the fuel tank and
right
new fuel lines. All the way through because Ronnie did the fuel lines. They said 12 inches. Well, with two carburetors, so that's lots of little rubber pieces.
Yep.
Which I
think 12 inches collectively, I believe, is the way the rule's written.
Yes.
I will also be making a review video about some Bluetooth speakers another company gave me for the garage. Nice. It's cool. You're getting some stuff. I actually did a review on it wasn't so much a review as I bought a fuel pump, an aftermarket fuel pump for a Polaris Ranger last year. And that company, when I bought the fuel pump, they sent me the fuel pump and I paid for it and everything, but they sent me an email. I don't know how they found out I had a YouTube channel, but whatever. Because I used my other business name even when I bought the thing, but somehow they figured out I had a YouTube channel, and they said if I did a video, they'd give me my money back on it, and I'd keep fuel pump. So I made a video installing the fuel pump in the Ranger, and I sent it to him. And 2 days later, every penny I paid for that fuel pump was back in the bank. Customer still paid for the fuel pump, so that worked out in my favor.
Yeah, it's how the books work.
Yeah, fuel pump's worth what a fuel pump's worth, regardless of what vendor pays for it. But see, I bought that fuel pump and I sold it to him at a fair price because to get the stock one from Polaris, you got to buy the whole damn fuel tank for $1,000.
No thanks.
No. What I paid for the fuel pump with a nominal markup, I sold him the fuel pump installed. I want to say it was like $250. And then I ended up getting the fuel pump for free.
I'd still pay the bill.
Yeah. Well, sure. Pay the bill or you don't get your fucking Ranger back.
Right.
Nah, the Ranger was actually gone before I got my money back on the pump, but yeah, that's the only free thing I ever got out of YouTube. I've gotten a few emails here and there, but I'm not super interested. There's certain things I wouldn't mind, doing, but some of this gimmicky junk, I ain't gonna waste my time with it. And when you get the email and you can tell that it's horribly AI translated, like I'm not gonna waste my time on you. I have a $50 eBay 140 gallon per hour pump on my race car. Hey, if it works. Right. I finally gave in. I sent the damn Power Master alternator back to Summit and got my money back, and I bought the cheapest freaking Chinese made one I could find on Amazon and put on the truck, and so far it's working. But it's a Proform. I mean, it's known. I mean, everybody knows who Proform is, but hell, at least they admit they're made in China. But I'll buy American and get Chinese performance. I might as well just buy the Chinese shit and save my money.
Can't argue that.
Now, a lot of people say that a lot of people don't like the CS130s, but I think they run cooler, and this one's so far it's doing what I need it to do. So we'll see. It's fucking ridiculous when first one's dead right out of the box, and then the second one tries to fry everything. That thing had 3 hours of runtime on it, and all of a sudden it's stuffing 19 volts into my electrical system. And I'm sure my $1,000 worth of MSD gear just loved that. Yeah. Quality. It ain't there no more. Has anyone ever heard of an ultra capacitor jump pack? Well, a capacitor is kind of like, think of a capacitor as a shock absorber for electricity. And they will store a certain amount of it, but they don't store a whole lot of amperage. So no, it would definitely give you a nice stable output, but in a very short burst. You ever see these guys with the great big stereo systems and boom boxes in their car, and you see their headlights flicker to the base? It's because they ain't running a capacitor in that stereo system. Make these big capacitors like this that you run in line to your amplifiers that stops that from happening. It's like a shock absorber. My channel description, I have my email address. If anyone wants to get a hold of me, kind of risky, but no issues yet. I'm sure I'll eventually get some spam. I've always had my email address up there. And, I don't really get a lot of spam, per se, but, I have had people reach out to me about this or that, and I can tell it's gimmicky crap, and I don't bite. Faster congested death sentences. Has anyone heard of an ultracapacitor jump pack? We already saw that comment. I'm bouncing all over the place here. Colleen, I seen a capacitor pack that you could charge off your dead battery and start a car. That actually makes sense. Yes, it's a small standard car 12-volt battery in it. It's good. I have a jump carry similar design. That's it, Max. Super cool unit. DSR 132 by Schumacher. Well, Schumacher is known for making a good product, so that's cool. Super capacitors, Tony, they discharge in joules of energy, 10,000 amps or more. Yeah, they will have the amperage, but they don't. The capacity, the reserve capacity isn't there. It'll knock you on your ass, but it's quick and fast, and then it's gone.
Just a zap.
Yeah. They're not meant to store large amounts of energy, just high amounts of it. I was a big stereo guy. Now I have 512s, 110-inch sub in my bedroom, knocks things off the shelves downstairs. I've always been a big stereo guy. I've still got a set of Fosgate P312 sitting down here and a T1000 amp to drive them. It hasn't been in a car since, when did I get rid of that Legend? 2014. But, it's $1,500, $1,600 worth of amps and subs, and, I'm not going to give them away. Sit there and look pretty. I'll find something to put them in. Yeah, discharge in microseconds, exactly. Like the Stinger cell phone zapper. Right? Take a damn stun gun to a cell phone. Yeah, you ought to see the stereo system I got in my living room. Max Wedge. 4 12s and a 10. And then, of course, 2 horns and two 8-inch mids. And that's just the 2 mains. That's not the center channel or the surrounds.
We got a TV. That's it.
Yeah, I bought that system when I had a big house, and I don't have a big house anymore. It's too much for where we're at. But many years ago, I got just absolutely wasted drunk, like wasted bad, and passed out right in front of that damn stereo system. I mean, I was like from here, like 3 feet away. Hey, Scott, how's it going?
How's it doing?
And I got woke up about 3 o'clock in the morning. A cop's banging on the door. Can you turn that down, please? I couldn't hear right out of that ear for a week.
Yeah, but it's a story to tell today.
Exactly. Yeah, it was just me and a buddy partying.
Yeah, I'm guessing
getting drunk, cranking up the tunes.
Yeah, I'm guessing it wasn't last week.
No, this was it was before I met my wife, and we're going on 13 years, so it's been a minute. It was actually a few years before I met her, so probably 15, 16 years ago.
Well, it's almost hard to think that far back.
I know, right?
You got life so busy you forget about the past. It's until it comes up in conversation on occasion, which turns into stories.
Yeah, Max Wedge. That's how the system I had put together with these P312s are out of was it would kill the battery in 10, 15 minutes. The car wouldn't start.
I'm in the car. I'm happy with the radio. sometimes you wish it would go a little louder, but it ain't worth all that money to. Well, because all I drive is beaters. You know how it
Okay.
goes. I ain't putting money into something going to the junkyard.
Well, I ended
Double
up.
Tom, how's the snow up there?
Mine's pretty bad. Not that bad actually. It's turning into rain and snow, so it's been a very weird week for me here in Michigan. I don't know about everybody else. So
So it's
Yeah,
wet. It's a wet
it's kind
snow
of
there.
weird here too. Saying last week we got just like an inch or two, and it changed over, and then it rained like a motherfucker all day.
yeah, that's
I
what
mean,
it's.
Well,
river-
see, and then it turns to ice, and that's what puts you on your ass when you step out in the morning.
Yeah, the weather's weird. It's going to be 40 overnight and raining, but it snowed today, and we had about an inch and a half. But it was that thick stuff that just sticks to everything.
yeah,
But it's almost all gone already, and but it's going to be mid to high 30s or 40s tomorrow, so it's not even going to freeze. And if we get the wind that we're supposed to get, hopefully it'll blow it out. But it's been raining and just it
Yeah.
was 50 at Christmas here and raining.
yeah.
That's weird. Yeah, see,
Winter's it's been mild here for the most part.
and over here in Arizona, we're in the single frickin' digits.
Oh, next week is going to be nasty here. It's supposed to be in the teens in the days and nothing at night. So
Yeah, yeah.
No,
Our lows are like 10, 11, 12 degrees, so I'm thankful.
we got about 6 inches of snow yesterday, and at least half of it still on the ground.
yeah, and then like the couple of guys like Neverboard and some of the other guys that I hang out with that are in the state, they're 3 hours north of me, and they've got 6-7 inches of snow.
Wow.
Michigan is a very weird
That
space.
is weird.
Yeah, we'll get ours. I'm sure it's coming.
Oh yeah,
Well, I was texting.
February is normally the worst here. It's always the coldest.
I was texting John Cope the other day. I think it was yesterday, and he said I sent him a picture of the snow. He's all shit. You got more snow than I did. And he's in Indiana.
Yeah. When I bought my Comanche a couple of years ago, the guy was a Chrysler engineer, so I have 2 prototype 6-inch woofers that are Chrysler Harman Kardons that shouldn't have been out in the world. They're written prototype on them. So I want to, when I finally put a stereo in the Chambler, I want to throw them in the back, see what they
That's
sound
cool.
Yeah.
Harman Kardon's no bullshit. It's good quality stuff.
No, and especially being prototypes, I hazard to guess they're a couple $1,000 a piece speakers just from the prototype level.
Yeah. In fact, that's actually what the speaker system on my computer here is Harman Kardon stuff. Old. It's probably 15 years old, and it still rocks good. It's just a couple of speakers on the desk, and then I think it's a 6-inch sub. It's under the desk, but it does the job. When I was a kid, we had a month off of school. It was so bad, snow up to the wires and the poles. Holy shit. No, thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Thanks.
I'll pass. Let's not say we did.
My brother lives up towards Buffalo, about 20 miles out of Buffalo. And he gets lake effect up there. A couple years ago, they got 5 feet.
Wow.
No, I'm good.
But it's what they deal with. They expect it. They know it might happen. And I mean, when the first thing you got to do is shovel your roof.
Yeah. You would actually appreciate this story, Scott. It was back in, I want to say 16 or 17 here near where I live now. It was a freak snowstorm. We got about 6 feet of snow. And I don't own a 4-wheel drive. We don't usually get that much snow. I've got good 2-wheel drive pickups with posi or sure grip rear ends in them, and I know how to drive, and they do the job. Well, it just so happened I have this friend. She's an over-the-road truck driver, and she's got a 2000 XJ.
Okay.
And I was doing a bunch of custom work on it, so it happened to be living at my house while she was out on her runs. I was there for 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And thankfully that Jeep was there for that damn snowstorm. And that thing saved my ass, or I'd have been frickin' snowed in.
I'm surprised. I never owned a Cherokee before I bought the two as a package. My daily driver that I drove the no name, but because I really you know if you're tall, you really don't fit in them because they're not that high of vehicle.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
not a
No,
lot. If I was still 6'2", I wouldn't be able to drive my damn car. But no,
no, it certainly wasn't my favorite thing to drive, but on 37-inch tires.
no, nothing's gonna stop. Yeah, nothing's
Yeah.
gonna.
And I actually came this close to getting it stuck in my son's girlfriend's driveway. but no, we took my wife to work 2 or 3 times in it. It got us around until the snow went away.
I love my TJ. There's a ton of headroom because it's soft top, so you can be 7 foot tall and sit in the damn thing. But I'm not going to drive it in assault. It's too nice.
Right. Yeah.
It's just set up here. It's well, except Sam for the Valiants. That's the first thing I've never driven in the winter. You know, usually that's my shit rots away and it goes to the junkyard. And I pick up something. This Ford Freestyle, it's had an all-wheel drive malfunction since I bought it, and have to ask Wendy, but it's been there. She is.
Well, you can ask right now.
When did we get that Freestyle? I know we bought it off of Nate. Nate bought it, and he's a big boy. There's no way he could have drove that car as a day.
We had the van for 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
Saying it's been a few years now. It needs inspected by the end of the month.
Well, you better get on that on your day off.
Oh no, well, that'll be Sunday.
They don't inspect on Sunday.
You guys have vehicle inspections?
Yes.
Oh,
mine's up.
They don't inspect shit here, and it's a good thing because half the stuff in this state wouldn't pass. It just you can see right from one side of the car to the other through the rust.
No, well, here it's now they like you to have some structure to the car.
You know, I remember that from when I lived in Wisconsin. We'd see cars driving down the road and the fender skirts just flapping in the wind.
Yeah.
But we have a college professor down the road here that gives us parts. Don tried to pay him, but he wouldn't. Well, are you looking for the light, Don? Sit on the rocking chair.
Oh, all right.
And so's the reservoir.
Yeah, when I lived in Wisconsin, by the end of September, my good car was in the garage, and it stayed there till April. I would go find the first piece of shit I could buy for $200 or less, drive it through the winter, and I would give it away in the spring. Just like Roadhouse. Throw the keys at some guy sitting on the road.
That's right. Give it away.
Keep it. It's yours.
The other parts should be in a bag somewhere by the back door.
And you know, I only ever, in 5 years, doing this every year for the 5 years I lived there, I only ever had one take a shit on me, and I had to find another one in the middle of winter. But $200 or less piece of shit, drive it through the winter and throw it away.
I mean, headlights nowadays are ridiculous.
Yeah.
And it's like the dude just gave it. He dropped it off on the porch. I didn't even know
nice.
to go get it.
That damn headlight's probably worth $200 or more.
That's what I'm saying.
They ran from anywhere from 60 and up. We already checked it.
You know, and of course I talk about these $200 shit boxes. This was 25 years ago.
Now they're $2,000 shit boxes. So.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, I don't think there's even such a thing as a $200 car that runs anymore.
Well, that Honda I bought was $300, and it does technically run, or it did until I pulled the engine out of it. But yeah, it wasn't going to drive anywhere. But
right.
No, when I bought that Cherokee, I took the no name. I just assumed that was going to be my winter throwaway car, and the damn thing's just still going, so I'm still driving it.
That's the way I am.
That's actually it. Yeah, it's a good Jeep.
You know, I've probably got $2,000 in it all together with all the things I've done here and there: windshield, headliner, repairs, yada yada yada. But it's
to have something like that for all in $2,000. You're doing freaking awesome.
Better than this.
The guy that owned it before me did maintenance. That's what matters, is doing maintenance and doing regular stuff and actually taking care of the car.
You want to talk about maintenance? Funny story. This Chevy truck that I just had in here, It was a 2000. It was a original factory alternative fuel CNG truck,
Yeah.
and the CNG system was long since effed up. The tank was gone, and I ended up removing all the rest of it and pulling the harness and computer and shit out of it and just leaving the gas stuff behind. But my buddy that bought it, he thought he was getting a great deal because it only had 150,000 miles on it. It was a school district truck with a plow on it.
Oh god.
So,
That
yeah.
could have been good or bad.
Well, exactly. You know, and his thought process, and I shot him down as soon as he threw this at me, but his thought process was that because it was a government vehicle, it was well maintained. I couldn't stop laughing.
Well, there's an argument there. Either it's saying it's
there's
well maintained,
Either or. It's either all the way good or all the way bad. There's no in between.
It doesn't matter. The minute you say plow truck, just forget it. If you've ever seen anybody that, you know, the basically fit, smooth brain people drive a plow truck, there's nothing left of them by the time. Nobody gives a crap about it.
This truck, the truck physically actually is in very good shape. We don't have this, they don't salt here, so we don't get the corrosion like, you know, like you guys do in the Midwest. But he calls me up a couple weeks after he buys it. He says, I think I got a blown head gasket, and this is out of my wheelhouse. I need your help. I said, well, Joe, what makes you think it's got a blown head gasket? He says, well, it's piss and water around the side, I can see it around the base of the cylinder head. It's a small block Chevy, right? It's an L31. He's all, yeah. I said, unless the damn head's cracked or the block's cracked, it ain't a head gasket. You know, Chevys do a lot of things, but small blocks don't usually leak at the head surface. I said, I'll bet you $50 it's the intake. I've done 1 million of them. You know, back in the day, I used to do 2 or 3 of them a week because they used those stupid plastic gaskets. Remember those in the small block Chevys in the late 90s?
Yeah.
And they would rot, and the O-rings would fail, and they'd leak. Anyways, I told him, bring the thing over here, and I'll fix it for you. I'll do an intake job on it. The carbon and sludge inside that central sequential injected intake was over 1/8 of an inch thick. I had to chisel it out of there.
Was it that spider injected?
Yeah, it was. And I got rid of the poppets, and I did the upgrade that's uses the actual injectors. And like I said, I've done 1 million of them. I ordered all the parts, and I had the shit sitting here waiting, you know, right down to the stupid quick connect heater hose fitting that never survives on those. I was even teasing my wife. I showed it to her. I said, you know, I've done a few of these when I, you right down to the little nitty gritty shit that you just know is going to screw you if you don't have it, you know? And it was the spider injected one, the 2-piece intake. I mean, it was like glue. I've millions, of course, is an exaggeration, but I think not an exaggeration. I've literally done hundreds. You know, I used to do 2 or 3 of these things a week back in the late 90s, early 2000s. I've done more than a few, and I've never seen one that bad.
Well, there's always upper and lower limits, you know. There's always...
I've never seen one that freaking bad. Yeah, and I told him, I says, well, so much for your theory of the government truck being in good maintenance. And then, I told him, well, but in their defense, the lifter valley's a little dark, but it ain't gummed up. So, just change the oil early a couple of times and you'll be good.
Did you guys see Don's helmet? I got him.
No,
I didn't.
I got it at a estate sale for $20.
Nice. Better show it off.
I told you about the freezer.
Oh, and yes, when your battery is not charged yet, or your booster pack.
Okay.
There are times I forget you guys are like 4 rooms apart.
No,
She's downstairs. I'm upstairs.
she's upstairs over there. Yeah, oops.
Yeah,
She's
we're
up-
I always get a kick out of the fact that they come into the live as separate.
Well, the one Don's on, that was mine.
This is I'm down
I
in
had to make another one. So
I'm down in the dining room. She's upstairs.
we didn't know we had a YouTube channel. They're like, yeah, you do. If you had to sign in, you have a channel. I was like, I didn't know.
Right.
Yeah. Look at that fancy thing.
Oh, that's cool
Yes.
for 20
Yeah, I'm
bucks.
gonna have to paint it. I'm thinking.
No, John, I heard if it's painted, it might not work.
Oh, they want to see.
You
a
have to
factory
ask
helmet.
Deke or John.
Well, it's not that it won't work. You and I know it'll work, but if you paint over the markings on it, they won't pass it.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I could always take
And the
it off.
shield still had the plastic on the inside.
Really?
Yeah, well, the visor. Yeah.
It lifts up there.
Gonna
and
make you a sticker of the back end of a cat to put on the back of it.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to say the face opens. It doesn't stay open, but you need to open it to get your head in and out.
Gotcha.
But
That's a nice helmet.
Yeah.
I paid $20 for it.
What
It's an
year is it?
2XL too. That fits.
Yeah. What year is it, Don? Is it that past?
I couldn't tell you.
I don't know how to find the year in it.
I think there's normally a sticker on the back, but there's probably a sticker inside the helmet as well.
Yeah, there should be a sticker on the back and a tag inside.
The only tag I seen inside was the size.
Is it a Snell or is it just a DOT?
It's DOT.
Yeah, I would assume with the face opening, I assume it's a motorcycle helmet.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I think it's a snowmobile helmet because it's got a place to plug in here on the side.
Oh, for like a heater?
Yeah, it's the visors. It's got elements in it.
Right.
It's just top and bottom. It's like, how would it get the whole visor? You know.
I can't remember how the rules written, but I think a DOT helmet's good down to $850.
I want you something like that because all I bought was a fake carbon fiber helmet. It was $30 on Amazon because there's no way anything I'm driving is gonna break 10.
Right.
No, I'll take that for $20.
Well, I went to a estate sale. I put it on my head. It was loose. I figured it would fit Don's fat head.
It's snug just the way a helmet's supposed to be for me. It's a 2XL.
It'll keep you safe with.
No, it's
you can drive something
Not
super
a
fast.
2X.
It's
It's
an
an extra large.
It's XXL. Yes.
That's not a 2X. There's a difference.
Okay.
Just like your T-shirts.
Yes. Dear.
You can't wear an extra large. They have to be 2X.
My Snell
take
full face has vents everywhere.
Means I don't have to borrow my buddy Bob's helmet for next year.
And it came with a bag.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, what the hell did I give for mine? Mine was $150 and it's a Snell 2020, so I won't have to upgrade it for a good long time.
Don,
Yeah, I just couldn't see.
What do they cost? $100 and some dollars, that helmet.
Yeah, it was like $130, something like that. I don't know. I forget where I looked it up.
It took the last $20 out of my pockets.
Oh, I'll take it.
All I had was $20. I was like, man, this place is
I
expensive.
don't even really care
Never
what it
seen the
looks like.
helmet. I gotta buy that.
Hey, Twisted Mopar Dennis. How you doing, man?
I just couldn't justify spending the money on a nice helmet because I'm never going to have anything that fast with my
Right.
limitations. It's just not going to happen. So
Well, it makes sense.
I don't know, probably 6-7 years ago now, I ended up, here's a story. My sister's always been a biker chick, but she never had her license. You know what I mean?
Right.
So the DOT just up the road here, about 7 miles, they got the course where you can take your motorcycle driving exam, or it's like it's a class,
Right.
once a week. They even provide the bikes and everything.
Sure.
It's a PennDOT parking lot where they got up this little driving course shit. and you pass the course, you get your motorcycle license.
Yeah,
Well,
that was at the fire hall.
well, she wanted me to take this motorcycle class with her so she didn't have to go alone. And she'd already quit it once before. I don't know why. I don't know that story.
She's a little tiny thing. She has a Harley. She used to have a Harley. I don't know if she's still.
It's still up there. It needs work. It's been sitting for a few years since the flood.
What you grinding on, Dennis?
Well, she ended up quitting the class, and I got my license, and then I ended up buying a bike. It was Kawasaki.
85.
That was EN 450.
Wasn't it an 85? The
Oh,
year.
I don't remember. All I know it was a 450. But I drove it for 2 years. I rode it for 2 years. It's nice in the summertime. It sucks because it takes you 15 minutes to get all your gear on because there's too many assholes out here on the road.
Yeah, no shit.
You know, I played the safety part. You know, had the coat and the
Yeah, she left him sitting at the freaking.
yeah.
Oh yeah, I've got a $550 jacket, leather Harley Davidson jacket. It's probably $1,000 now. I was $550 when I bought my bike. It's been almost 10 years ago now.
Well, I was never really
I
into
think it was
motorcycles.
16 when I bought my Harley.
I was never around bikes growing up, so there weren't a big impression on me. You know, I never give motorcycle, second thought. And then my sister had me take that class, and I had one for 2 years and realized, there's too many assholes out here. It wasn't worth it, because I had to keep room in the garage so I could keep it under roof. I didn't want to have it sit out here.
Oh yeah, mine sits in the garage. I won't leave it outside.
I mean, still, it was a beater bike for what it was, but
Right.
I mean, it gave me a new respect for people that ride motorcycles. But then, and another part is I learned how the backcountry road. I can see the appeal. I can see why people want to ride without helmets.
Ah, I feel your pain, Dennis.
I got close when I was working for Ford.
Yeah.
Went down to Florida. Harley bought Ford's test track in Naples, Florida, and we were there working on cars, and they were testing the bikes. And I got close because you're just surrounded by them 24/7 out there, and it's Harley, and watching them do the testing and some of the weird stuff they do. I got close. I was looking at a Super Glide Sport for a little while.
Oh, nice. Yeah, Dennis, those are the heads that are on my engine. It's Pro Comp big block heads, and yeah, you'll be there for a while getting them push rods to clear. Ask me how I know. But you did see the finished product. There is potential in those heads, but by God, you'll spend a lot of time and money getting them there. But you saw how mine runs. That's what's on it.
You talking about motors has got me thinking about putting this one together in the spring.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, and you're right. With the low deck, would make that angle even worse. Mine's an RB at least, but I still had to take a bunch out of them damn heads to get the push rods to work.
So I'm keeping mine simple.
Harley option from 50. Right. Have you had them on a flow bench, Dennis?
Nice.
I ended up having Hughes CNC mine, and they're flowing about 360.
I'll be signing up for No Name next week, so looking forward to that.
Yeah, I got to get my my camping spot claimed.
I just had to wait. I've got to wait till money's right with everything. Getting the car finished, that took up the last little bit of free cash I had. So
Christmas is just over,
Exactly.
and winter sucks. There's heating involved.
yes,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
and heating my
Easter
garage.
expensive,
And,
Christmas is expensive. All of it's expensive.
and I finally got the damn Chandler done last weekend with everything. And I saw that last $150 of just random dumb shit you didn't expect to have to
Yep.
find. Or you have it and you can't find it because you got so much crap everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Every project has that punch list.
Yeah.
Yeah, our Christmas was paying our property taxes. That's what we got.
Yeah, and it's January. They're going to start all over again.
Yeah. You rent you don't own nothing and you love it. You rent from the government.
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
Thanks for your deep.
I own my house. I don't have a mortgage. That's why life's not so bad right now.
No, you don't. You rent it from the government.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
No, he's not wrong.
It's a
Yeah,
school.
paying taxes, nothing still gets done.
When you
School
bought the house, you just
district,
bought when you bought the house, you just bought the right to rent it from the government.
No, he owns the house. You just don't own the land it's on.
Yeah.
So you effectively don't own it. But that's
We just dying on a 512, a lot better heads and roller cam, pulled 800 horsepower. Nice. What would be a good set of heads to get for the 38360 over TRW aluminum? High dome compression pistons, would like to put a tunnel ram on it. Honestly, I'd go with the trick flows. If you're trying to be on a tight budget, you could probably do well with a set of 440 source stealth heads.
yeah. I was gonna say, isn't there a company that makes a pretty good, nice cast, or it's still steel, but it's a really good flowing head?
Actually, they're not steel. They are aluminum.
Okay.
They're very similar to the 915 head. They're actually more similar to a 906 head, but they're a closed chamber like the 915 head, where they're actually a nice head, and the people like them because they do flow decent and they look stock. You put a coat of paint on them and you can't really tell that they ain't a factory cast iron head. They were they purposely built that way.
Yeah, I remember hearing something about it. I'm not really huge in any specific car brand, so I know a little bit about a lot, but not enough to be, just enough to be dangerous, I guess, for some stuff.
But if you've already, Dan, again, Scott, Heavens Mopar, Scott with an S. If you've already got the high dome pistons, you got to be careful what heads you get and make sure that you don't run into combustion chamber interference. Are those pistons designed for an open chamber head or a closed chamber head? Will a twisted wedge type head work like what you get with a trick flow? Or, like Dennis said, the RPMs are good heads too. But again, they're a closed chamber. So you have to look long and hard at your pistons with making that decision.
All right, for us novices, what's the difference between an open and closed?
Okay. An open chamber has got the wedge chamber, but then it's got like that quench area. The chamber is actually round. Your heads, Don, I believe, are open chamber heads. Aren't yours 906s or what are yours?
It's a 78 440 for.
Okay, yeah, those are definitely open chamber heads.
Okay.
Now you take when you look at it, you look at a combustion chamber on a cylinder head, and it's like a heart or just a wedge, and it's not round and got that open quench pad. That's a closed chamber.
Oh, it's got that flat spot.
Correct.
Okay.
If you look at, oh, wait a minute. No, that's not the picture.
No, I see it now.
Yeah, you understand.
It almost sounds like a stupid question now. Now I think about Okay.
There's no such thing as a stupid question, Don.
I know.
That's how we all learn.
No, but now I think about it, yeah, because I've never seen a lot of head, chambers. you know. But I've seen them where they've got that dead spot and then, then the whole dome.
Right.
So I get it now.
Yeah, the open chamber's got that
That'll be
quench.
easy enough to remember.
Yeah.
I just never really thought about it, With me, I just pull it apart, throw it back together, and hope it goes.
Well, obviously, a closed chamber head's easier to get compression out of.
Right.
With an open chamber, you need pistons coming out of the bore.
Well, you saying dome pistons in that closed chamber, I can see how there would be a clearance issue.
Well, it depends. They make dome pistons for closed chamber heads, but if it's got the piston, if the piston's got the quench pad on it, that's designed to come up into the open chamber head, you'll have a problem because it's going to run into the head.
Yeah.
Max Wedge says, I ran faster with 5/16 with bigger valves on a home port job than I did with Edelbrock's. I've actually done really well with 5/16 heads. I've got 3 sets of them sitting out in the shop that I really don't have any intentions of parting with because they're fun to play with. Yeah, you put a 214 or a 180 valve in them, and bigger exhaust valve like a one what they put in those 180s or 181s, and they'll run pretty good.
Colleen's got it right there.
Only stupid question is the one you didn't ask before you fucked it up. Exactly.
That's a T-shirt right there.
I should put that on a T-shirt. Mine is a closed chamber and 11-to-1 pistons. Yeah. Well, I've got the Pro Comp Speedmaster heads on mine, which are basically Victor heads. They're knocked off Victor heads, and mine have gone through David Hughes's Victor CNC program, so they're a Victor head now. 78 cc combustion chamber, and I got them running flat tops. My flat tops are 5 thousandths out of the hole with a 51 thousandths thick Cometic head gasket, and that engine works out to right at 10.98 to 1 compression mathematically. So that makes sense.
Well, I got a question for you. A lot of people I know are looking for the big block motorhome 440s. Is there anything to look out for? I've always wanted to buy like a van bodied one that's a pile of crap and just make it into a ramp truck or something else once you get it right. It's probably the cheapest way to buy something that would tow or be able to haul a car frame. Is there anything to watch out for with that the mid 70s or up Mopar motors?
Not really. In the motorhomes, it's kind of a crapshoot whether or not you got a steel crank. More of them did than didn't, but some of them did have cast cranks. And if you look at the damper, the harmonic damper on the front of it, the cast or the steel crank is going to be pretty much a concentric disc about 3/4 of an inch thick.
It's not. It says cast crank only on it.
And the cast crank ones, they're thicker and they've got it's pretty evident there's a weight on them. But unless you're looking to, make 700 or 800 foot-pounds or better of torque, you're fine with the cast crank. The cast cranks are plenty strong.
Decent RV type horsepower and probably like an overdrive trans, so you could haul something and not blow your bank account trying to drive it somewhere, like a gear vendors or something. So
yeah, exactly, Dennis. You did that math. 5 thousandths out of the hole and a 51 thousandths head gasket. That's why it's a 51 thousandths head gasket. He said you're close, and then his next comment was minimum clearance 40 to 42 piston head. Exactly. See, the machinist fucked up and cut the deck too far on one side, and that's how the pistons ended up 5 out of the hole. And luckily, Cometic makes a 51 thousandths head gasket, which still got my quench where it needed to be. And unfortunately, the head gaskets are $150 fucking each. But It works. That thing runs like a bastard. You guys saw it burning the tires all the way down the fucking track.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah. Well, I got them 12-inch drag lights that are going to get wrapped in a whole lot of fucking slick this year. So,
And just throw some tractor weights over the axle. That'll help.
Well, I figure, a 31 by 13 slick or drag radial on it. Get the shocks vertical, a good double adjustable shock, and get them vertical and put the leaf springs on sliders with Caltrax. She'll hook. If it don't hook with that, it ain't gonna. And I guess we could fill the slicks with fluid like they do the tractors.
That's an option. Actually, I was thinking about what I can do for grip next year. With this 5-barrel, I was already spinning tires. Like I can imagine if I put 2.4s on there with a cam.
Get more tire under it. Get a better shock under it.
Well, it's tires probably. It could probably do shocks, but factory shocks.
Yeah.
But I wonder how small a slick do they make?
You can get them all the way down to like 26 by 9.
Yeah.
Well,
25 by 9. Yeah.
I'd want to put them on my Steelies, and they're only 5, 6 inches, 4, 5, 6 inches wide.
Yeah, you could put a 9-inch slick on a 6-inch wheel. It'd look a little funny, but it'd work.
Oh, it would puff out. Years ago, I had aluminum slots. They were like 10 inches wide.
I mean,
put these tires on them that were not made for that wide. They did this, off the beads.
So you were ahead of the game. Now that's the whole thing with the stance community is that wheel looks like it's going to pop off the bead of the tire.
I know, right? The ones that Dude Mopar was going to let me try, that we tried to see if they'd fit on my truck. I want to say those were 27 or 28 by 9s, and they were on a 15 by 7 Steely wheel.
I know mine are at 7.
I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what kind of traction I have with 31-inch mud tires going down the track next year. So
are you small bolt pattern or big bolt pattern, Don?
Big.
You are 4.5. Okay.
Yeah, I'm big on the one, and then the girly, which she gets no love. She just sits under the carport. She's still got the small pattern on her.
440 source kit that I have, not a Mopar deck that's consistent. Each block Canon does vary. I check mine at 8 thousandths out of the hole, never decked the block. Holy shit. Yeah, well, I'd mocked mine up. It's a stock crank. They're SRP pistons on Eagle rods, Eagle H-beam rods. And I'd mocked it up and done the math and told him what to take off, and he took too much off of one side. I remember taking it back to him extremely pissed off. I actually made the machinist buy those fucking head gaskets too. So now I got to buy head gaskets. They're $150 fucking a piece that I didn't have to buy before. So you get to help with that.
See the argument there.
He was cool. I mean, he realized he fucked up. I mean, that's the trouble. Right. When you cut too much off of a block, it's not like you can put it back.
Right.
You move it back on, can't you?
Yeah. Well, you can put it back with a thicker head gasket, that happened to be extremely expensive. Yeah. And it's funny because I was going to run Cometics anyway, and the normal 40 thousandths Cometic gaskets are half the money. It's the same fucking gasket. It just has another layer of steel in it. MLS, multi-layer steel.
Yeah.
And they're 3 times the damn money.
Well, it's that special extra layer. It's like a flaky pastry. Got that extra layer in there.
Right.
Flaky pastry.
See, Max Wedge said, I had 13 5s on 10-inch rims under my car. Looked cool, didn't need them.
Well, technically, I have 10.5-inch tires on a 7-inch wheel right now, but it's a little different with a mud tire.
Yeah. Well, I've got what's on the truck now? I've got those 275/60 Cooper Cobras, which is technically a 28-10-5, and they're on 8-inch rims. I was actually looking for 10s for the truck, but when I stumbled on this deal, I bought these 4 drag lights for $400, two 15x12s and two 15x6s, all 4 of them for $400. There's no way in hell I could say no.
Yeah.
Those 15x12s, them damn things are $600 a piece new.
No.
And they, on the back spacings where they got to be, and they'll work. I have to run a little more tire, which with the way that thing ran last year, all the tire I can get under, it's going to be helpful. I mean, you think it was bad on the track. That thing is just unruly on the street. Just you barely, you come out of the driveway and try to burp the throttle for the guy that's looking at it just to make it sound good. Next thing you know, your ass ends over there.
Trying to pass the front end.
Yeah, that's what happens when you put 700 something horsepower in a long bed pickup.
It's got that extra weight at the back to faster.
Yeah, like I said, I've got a plan, and hopefully we get it all executed before No Name this year. But like I said, Caltrax, I'm going to put the leaf springs on sliders, and get some good rubber under it. And I really want to relocate the fuel cell behind the axle under the bed, which that's always been the plan. I just didn't have the time to do that before last year's No Name, so the cell got thrown where it got thrown.
Well, you're back, honey.
Yeah, I'm back.
Anyone have thick copperhead gaskets for big blocks free?
Oh,
Anyone needs, I have thick
needs. I might take him up on that.
Yeah, you might be able to use
putting
them.
this motor together, and he's only 2 hours down the road from me. Actually, I've met him twice already. Max Wedge.
Victor Range Performance head gaskets. I have a new set of them, not made anymore, but at 40, and I can't run them. Yeah, I used to love those gaskets, and you're right, you can't get them anymore. But yeah, those are 40 compressed, aren't they? Don't think mine will build 700, more like 650, 675. Just don't have the camera head flow.
That's still nothing to sneeze at.
No, that's going to be going to be a healthy running car. And you're going to put that in your Duster, Dennis? Never run a copperhead gasket.
I mean, he doesn't care for the copperhead gasket.
I'm not sure if he's saying he's never run one or if he doesn't like them.
Saying, yeah, I don't know.
Never or never.
What's that, Scott?
Not sure if it's never run them or I've never run them.
Right, right. That's what I was.
Well, because I don't know. I was going to buy a gasket kit and all that good stuff, but
on. I've run solid copper O-ring gaskets on high compression, crazy boosted type builds, more 4-cylinder stuff than V8s. I'd never run any. Yeah, I've never built a V8 that I found I needed them for. We used to run them a lot on Hondas and shit. And had good luck. And I actually thinking of that many years ago. It's an old a 1951 Hudson with the original flathead 6 in it. we ended up doing I had SCE build it custom, a solid copper head gasket. It was the only way we got that thing to quit leaking oil and water. As I see Dennis's comment pop up. But that was an extremely low compression stock flathead, and it was kind of the only option.
Yeah, I was watching something on Iron Trap. They do a lot of the old Ford stuff, and there's a guy that makes custom gaskets out of copper just for the higher Zoot flatheads.
Yeah. But yeah, they can definitely be tricky to get them to seal.
Oh, here we go again. She's back.
Cat's back to say hello.
Ah, man.
Dean, you're just confused because she's wearing a light blue shirt. You'd have to thin silicone around the water jacket hole.
Indeed.
I always used right stuff. Just a real light skim coat. And of course, dry on the fire rings or copper spray on the fire rings. Well, that's okay then. My family not sure if I am Arthur or Martha. I think Mrs. Ecstasy is Arthur. Anything blue is good.
I'm not petting the cat by choice.
Oh yes, you are.
If I don't give her some, she won't leave.
You play this big bad tough guy that thinks the cat's a pain in the ass, but deep down you love that little bastard.
Not really.
And you ain't fooling nobody.
You named the channel after a cat. You can't hide it. You named your channel after a cat.
You ain't fooling nobody.
Yes, I did name it after a cat because that's all people know. The sad part is I get the other end of it every day.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And she introduces herself, but my name's in the way.
Right. Well, yeah. See, there's the cat's brown eye.
But
We
usually
know the story.
She's got to have the lovin's, but I'll fuck with her ears so that she shakes her head and then she wants to leave.
That's Don's birthday present. I got him a couple years ago.
Yeah, thank you, honey.
You're welcome.
Yep, was the old way of sealing up a high compression engine block back before the head gasket material got better, and you put a receiver groove in the head if you O-ring a block. Exactly.
Yeah, I'm not petting my dog either, so that makes you feel good.
When she gets in this mood, she just won't leave me alone. Get up. Get up there. Keep going. 2 more steps. That's all you need.
Yeah, it sure is neat how technology and gasket material.
When you're typing, why does it come up as my name?
Because you was under. Oh, that's why Dean was confused earlier.
Yeah. You're
Lindy?
like Dean.
Well, because you get on here after I.
Blue shirt.
Well, you get on here after I go to bed. I changed my name in the studio before I entered.
To the dawn.
Yeah. And she was, you must be signed into StreamYard, but I changed my name.
Oh.
If I type, it comes up as Wendy, but I changed it for Dean to LLENDY because
You're hurting my brain. I have to go to the Wayback Machine. I know, right?
He always says about no L, so I put my name as LLENDY.
Well, Tony can change your name to whatever he wants to, so.
Yeah,
But if I type in the chat and Don types in the chat,
now that I think about it, I'm
Wendy on both.
Looking over here in the chat. I've been coming up Wendy English all along. On stream, well, I don't know about YouTube. On YouTube too.
Typing.
Oh, excuse me.
Let me see.
I don't know.
What's happening, Backwood?
What's happening, man? I think I'm just gonna live stream next year or this year.
Yeah, we both text as Wendy English.
Yeah, I need to get back to making some videos, but I pick up a bunch of watch hours off the lives, and they're fun to do, hanging out with you guys.
Yeah, I enjoy my Wednesday nights. It's a nice chance. I'm not editing. I'm not working on anything. I'm just talking with people I like and making. And
That's what I like about the lives is you don't have to edit the
I don't know
damn
why we're
things.
both showing up under the same name.
Well, you're on this laptop after I go to bed, so you're probably signed into something down here. That's why. I don't know.
Well, you're not showing up as the same name. She's showing up as Lindy.
No, but if you look at the
Talk-
chat,
I'll add before you
Yeah.
changed it.
Don's typing in the chat, but it's
When
coming.
I type in the chat, it says it's Wendy English. So we're both of these laptops are signed in
Oh, I
under Wendy
got
English.
you.
So you can change your name.
Okay, I'm all done for now. Good night, all. Stay warm. You too, Dennis. Thanks
Bye.
for hanging out with us, man.
Some I knew when we got on here it was going to be 2.5 hours, which is good.
I'm gonna cut it off at 2.5 too in about 5 minutes. So
yeah, that'll be 12:30 for me. That's time for me to get the hell out of here. Too.
Yeah.
Let me jump off here and see if it changes anything.
you got 4 minutes. Well, it's good to see you come in and hang out, Scott. It's always nice to have someone new hanging out.
Try to. I know you've got a pretty good group of people that come in on your Fridays, so
Yeah, well, it varies. It varies. I mean, I've had 10 people in here before, and then sometimes there's 3 or 4, and everybody's welcome. How that
well,
goes.
if you pester Dean enough, he'll actually come on your live stream. He's done it to me once. So.
Oh, has he?
Yeah,
he's welcome to come. That's why I put the link up.
I'm sure he knows.
As long as you don't come in and show porn.
Nah, he's a Kiwi. I don't think they have porn there. It's probably illegal. So
I know, right? Well, we had that one live stream. We had that one where that fucking bastard got in here, and that was the one live that I had to go back and edit. I had to go back and edit and cut that shit out of, but yeah, they got me once. They'll never get me again. Sons of bitches. Some lessons you only got to learn once.
no, I'm looking forward to No Name. Like I said, I'm just going to stream this year. I don't think I'm going to do much else. It was fun last year, and everybody was asking about people streaming stuff, so I think I'll try to live stream as much as I can. No editing too, so that's the best part.
It is.
Right.
It is. For every 20 minutes of finished video you make, it takes hours.
Yeah.
Yes, even making a quality short.
Yeah.
I put up that snow fence last week because we were supposed to get 8 to 10. Got 4. But saying Ronnie works at a garage door place, and they had scrap, so I got 3 16-foot pieces of garage door. I screwed it to my carport for snow fence.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've put up a couple shorts here and there, and boy, they've been taken right off. I mean, well, the one I did last night with the Unity Motorsports garage, the Tunnel Ram Mafia shirt, that thing had 2,000 views in 45 minutes. The video I did making this hat here, that thing had 2,600 views in the first hour.
Yeah. Shorts are weird for me. They either do great or horrible. There's no
exactly. Yeah, they either do really good or they tank.
Well, that one didn't do too bad. I ended up I did it about hey, snow fence, after we got it put up, and then because I've had it out there for like close to a month, leaning up against the post. We were supposed to get that 8 to 10 inches, so we put it up right before it. And I ended up took a little bit of video after it snowed. So it's like, oh, who thought putting up a snow fence would make it snow? So it went from putting up a snow fence to walking around the corner and there's snow on the ground, So it was a nice little twist on the video.
Right.
which actually I got 3 subs out of it. I'll take that for a short.
Yeah.
Usually shorts are hard to get subs from. I don't know. It depends on the short.
Yeah, it's hit and miss. I don't know.
Well,
Like I said, I haven't really done shit, but I've picked up like 15 subs in the last week, and all I've done a couple of live. I do my lives every Friday, and I've put up a couple of shorts making merch. That's all I've really done.
Max.
I got a bunch of shit to do out in the shop and shit I can do on the truck. I mean, I got carburetor dialing in to do on the truck and stuff, but it's hard to film because it's 9 degrees outside, and the heat that I've got's freaking torpedo heater. So all you hear is it.
Fucking jet engine.
Yeah, it's all you hear is a damn heater. It's not even pointless to.
Sorry about all the noise.
Yeah, sit there and I've got good lavalier mics, but you still can't hear over the stupid things.
What lavaliers do you use?
The Kamika Boom XDs.
Okay, because my Boyas I'm having a hell of a time with them. They pick up everything but my voice now.
I think they're out. I was going to show them to you, but I think they're out in the shop. As a matter of fact, they were not cheap, but they are worth it. Okay. I am here to tell you they are worth it. You get 2 mics, 1 receiver, so you can have 2 people, do interviews and shit like that. And I know you do stuff like that, or you were doing some of that.
I am. I'm still doing it. It's just now's a slow season. Everybody's starting up again, and it's just trying to build them back. I did 6 last year. I hope to do more this year. So
I bought mine from what's that place up there in New York City? B&W.
Never heard of them.
They're an electronics shop.
Okay.
They're online. I didn't go to New York to get the damn things. I'll tell you that.
A couple people have recommended Rode microphones, the RODE or whatever it is.
Yes, they are very high quality and they are very expensive too. That's actually why I went with the Kamikas. The Rhodes would have been my first choice, but they're even more expensive.
Okay.
So I went with the Kamikas. I figured if I didn't like them, I'd send them back and buy the Rhodes.
Yeah.
And I like them. I've used them to record my 2-1 96-inch Harley Davidson at 8 inches away from the exhaust outlet without blowout. I've filmed the rat rod with them, various loud engines, and they don't blow out, and I feel like they're worth the money, but they were $250, and I'd be willing to bet they're more now.
Yeah, because the Boyas, however, the BOYA, they're great for the shop tour stuff I do. It doesn't matter because there's no wind noise, there's nothing, nobody's rustling around. But underneath the car, the Boyas just don't.
Yeah, well, see, they come with the dead cats. They come with the regular foam windscreens. They come with the lav mic. They have a safety track. So if for whatever reason they lose communication with the camera, the audio is also records local on the microphone on the receiver. So yeah, you got editing to do, but at least you didn't lose it.
Yeah.
Some things are worth the money, I guess. But
I'm trying to upgrade as I go. Doing a lavaliers is better than doing the shotgun mic for everything. But then it's gotten to the point where I can't even with Da Vinci, I can't equalize the audio. So I'm having a hell of a time getting consistent audio.
Right. See, it looks like Boom XD Pro. Shit, they're on Amazon right now for $199.
Oh, the Kamikas?
Yeah, here, I'll share the screen with you.
So that's $199 I'd rather spend on car parts.
Well,
I very much agree, but there's at a certain point I'm doing the YouTube channel so I can buy car parts. So
well, you're in a different situation than me. I can't see spending money on all that. But sometimes it's needed, which is, which is fine. That's you and not me. That
Okay, thank you, Fee. Well,
that's a setup.
How'd you snap a picture of it?
Yep.
Attaboy. You don't have to write it down.
But,
In today's Laura Silver episode, we are taking a look.
oh, we don't want to watch you. You can go now. I've been very happy with those mics. You know, they work with my GoPro, they work with my phone. You can, I don't know what kind of phone you have, but
iPhone.
You have an iPhone. I'm sure you could probably get a lightning cable, but I've got an Android. It's got the USB-C, and you can plug in, and I can use the Pro camera and everything in the phone as well as the GoPro with them.
Yeah.
I've done lives, and when I've done the lives out in the shop, I use one of them for the microphone out there because I don't want to drag this guy out into the shop.
I like
USB him into the computer.
Yeah, the phone did better at PRI than my Sony camera did for wide angle shots.
These phones these days are nuts. They do really good.
The Sony's great for the interviews because it's stationary and it does fantastic for that. But any kind of motion, the phone's 10 times better. And if I get a gimbal, that it's game over. I can do whatever I want within reason.
Right.
But
a gimbal's another expense.
Yeah, it's one thing every so often trying to build the channel up. But the biggest complaint I've always had is audio issues. So not consistent.
Well, and it's been said time and time again that viewers will put up with shitty video longer than they'll put up with shitty audio.
Yeah.
They will look at a blurry screen as long as the audio's good, but if the audio sucks and you got the best picture in the world, chances are they won't watch.
Yeah. Upgrading to DaVinci from OpenShot made a huge difference because I could actually tailor and fix a lot of the issues with noise and sound, but as I keep growing, I keep hitting walls with my equipment. So I'm trying to wait till I need to invest it. Like I bought the knockoff GoPro that Bad Attitude C10 had mentioned in your live stream.
Oh yeah. I remember that.
They had them on sale, so just got to get a couple SD cards for them. Now I can start filming when I'm driving, which is.
What do you think of that? Have you used it at all? Or?
I've got it this next week. I'm going to get no name tickets and the memory cards for that little guy. I just wanted to wait until I have everything to start playing with it, but I'm looking forward to filming for driving stuff. But also be nice not to drag my phone underneath the car.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why I try to use the GoPro for that kind of stuff. GoPros ain't exactly cheap, but they're not a $1,400 phone,
Yeah. No, this thing was $70 on sale, and it was the 4K and 2 batteries. It came with like every mount known to man.
Nice.
Like everything from a wrist mount to a bike mount to a suction, everything. So in the little case, it's waterproof, in case I decide to go diving.
Right. Yeah, but if you got the cheese to spend, I think you'll be happy with the Kamika's.
That gives me an idea of stuff to target for the next. I'm going to try to improve what I have with what I've got, and then wait, save a little here and there, and buy the next thing, the next investment. So.
Yeah, I think you get a lot more for your money than you do with the Rode. The audio quality is in line with the Rode, and you just get so much more. Like when you buy the Rode, you only get one receiver. You don't get the lav mic. That's separate. You got to buy. And this is everything. You get 2 receivers, one receiver, 2 transmitters, 2 dead cats, because the transmitter has a mic right on it. And then you got the dead cat you can put on that and just use it. Or you've got the lav mic that you can plug into the receiver and, and hook on your collar or whatever. And it comes with 2 of them. Yeah, it's just all inclusive. It's a really nice kit. I figured to do the same thing with the Rode, to get everything you get and have basically the same setup with the Rode brand. you're going to be at about $500.
Yeah, and I can't do that. I don't have the money for it, and I'm not at the point where it's worth it to me.
Right. And, you know, and that's why I went the way I went, and I'm perfectly satisfied that I did it.
Yeah.
I never screwed around with the cheaper ones because I deal with big engines, loud engines, and back to what we were talking about, great video, shitty audio. Nothing will make me turn a video off faster than if it's a video of some guy showing off his stereo system and all it sounds like is an underwater fart, or two, an engine that you can't hear because it blew out the mic.
Yeah.
I turn it off. I ain't gonna watch it. I watch the thing because I want to hear your badass engine. I don't want to hear you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, you know, I went big instead of going home when I bought the mics, and you know, that was where I compromised at, and they've done everything I need them to do.
That's good. No, as the channel starts making a little bit of money here and there, I'll be able to invest it back into the things I need to make the channel. It's a cycle. If it makes money, I can buy more things for the channel to make more money to buy. It's feeding the monster.
Exactly. You know, all along, my next big purchase is going to be like a ZV-1 Sony with a gimbal, you know, $1,000 camera and a $500 gimbal, and you know, it just ain't there yet. But that's kind of where I want to be, because although I like the quality of what I get out of the phone, it's not always practical, and I love the quality of the GoPro, but the son of a bitch constantly overheats. So, you know, looking back, I should have just, you know, and when I started doing this channel, I was still trucking and I was still making decent money. I should have just bought the damn camera like I did the mics, you know, but whatever.
I ended up getting a Sony ZV-1F, which is the non-adjustable lens one. It just has a zoom.
Right.
And it works decent, but you know, it's half the price of the one you're talking about. But that does great for the interviews and stuff. But it just it doesn't have a wide enough field of view for, like when I went to PRI, it was extremely noticeable between the phone and the camera. It was like, holy crap, the difference.
Yeah. My biggest deal is I'm pretty darn OCD about recording in 4K. I like to do everything in 4K. One, because I like the quality of the output of the video, but you can, you know, I do all my editing in Premiere, and you know, I've never used DaVinci. I heard it's right up there with Premiere. It's pretty high quality stuff.
I've liked it so far.
Yeah, but you can take that 4K and you can pull it in, you know, 10, 15, 20 times and still have better than 1080p output. You know, so I like to record in 4K, and the phone doesn't really have a problem doing it, but that damn GoPro, it overheats.
And it's what I've heard from everybody. That's why I just couldn't drop the couple $100 to you know, and I, as long as the video is decent, I'm all right with it. I don't want it to look like I'm filming it through a potato, as people say, but you know, I'm not making a movie here. It's
right.
I want it to look nice.
The image stabilization is great in the GoPro, but it also promotes overheating. I have LED lighting in the shop, so I can't, if I record in 30 FPS, I get the flicker. I have to record in 60 frames per second. Just, you know, to not get the LED flicker. That works the processor and the camera harder, which makes more heat.
If you find that the cycle rate is 5,000 and above, if you've got lights that are 5,000 above, they won't flicker on camera for LEDs.
Oh, as far as you're talking about the Kelvin temperature?
Yeah. But it's something else. There's because I bought cheap shop lights at Menards, but they were the right range. You don't see them on the camera. The same thing with I've got a bunch of LEDs for filming underneath the car and when I'm doing stuff, and they're the right
color temperature.
It's the color temp, but it's also there's something about the frequency, or I can't remember what it is off the top of my head, but it's the right spectrum where you won't see it. Like if I had bought stuff at first, like just trying to figure out what would work, and then Aging Wheels is a channel that talked a lot about the flickering rates and everything else for filming.
Right.
Because if you buy anything else, you'll see, the flicker in the camera, and the lights. None of the lights I have will do that, and even my shop lights won't.
Nice. Yeah, these ones aren't horribly noticeable, but it's not so much a flicker, but if you watch the video, especially if it's really well lit, you kind of watch this band of color slowly go down the video, and then it loops, and then it starts over, and it's real slow like this, but it's just, most people probably wouldn't bother, but I'm kind of OCD about that. Just like these damn shirts that I make, everybody brags about, the one people that have bought them, say how great they are. Well, just because I don't do anything half-ass, it's not the way I'm made.
Well, you take pride in your work.
Exactly, and little shit that probably doesn't bother 90% of the people in the world, it bothers me because I know it's there.
Yeah, right. I spend way too much time editing for little things that don't mean shit to anybody but me.
Yeah, and that's why you put out a good video, though, and you actually care that the video is decent and that people want to watch it.
Yeah, in the long run, it's going to help. It's just right now, it's frustrating sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely time consuming.
No, I'm hitting the point where I've got to start looking to do merch. I need to talk to you. I've got a friend. I need to talk to Buff and a couple other things. My friend can do a lot. They do the graphics and stuff for me for the big single color stickers. I can get humongous stuff made for pennies on the dollar from them.
Right.
But they can't do complex stuff because they just don't have the equipment.
Right.
But they do have a shirt press. So if I get because Buff was talking about the full transfers that you put on and you press them with a shirt. So I'm trying to figure out where my point is, because I've got a really good guy that's 2 miles from me that's done a couple of my shirts so far, but he said I'm just too small. He can't make them at the volume and have it make any sense. He said he would just be cheating me on it, and so at least he was honest with it. So
yeah, see, that's kind of a lot. That's a lot of why I've kind of started this program that I'm starting. I pay for the website anyway, because Gunslinger Graphics has its website that I pay for anyway. It doesn't cost me anything more to add a page to it. So I can do that for a channel for the cost of registration of the domain. And I use a registrar that I get domains at $19.98 for a 2-year registration. And that's exactly what I charge the channel. Build them the page. And if I produce the merch and sell the merch and kick back the channel, it makes so there's really no big expense out of the channel's pocket. And the channel promotes the page, the merch sells, and once a month I send the channel a check for whatever they sold, and a little more honest than Spring. I mean, Andy was telling me literally those hats that he was selling for $21, he didn't make a single penny on.
Really?
Really?
I mean, I know the margins are always going to be tight with that stuff, but that's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, that is ridiculous. And he said, sure, he could, he could dictate what they sold him for. He could raise the price so he could get some money. But who the hell's going to buy a fucking chintzy hat for $25 or $30?
Yeah, there's that cost factor. It's like, it's, do I want to sell stickers? Do I want to sell hats? Do I want to sell shirts? Well, yeah, but I want them to be realistically priced that someone is actually going to want to buy them.
This hat right here, I made 20 of them for John Cope. I sold them to him for $11.25 a piece, plus shipping. At the time it was $20 to ship them. I mean, I think they were to him for $13 a piece or something, and he's selling them for $18. He makes $5 a piece off the hats. I made a little something doing that, so I can sell, say, Andy's hats on my website for $18, which is $3 less than what he was selling them for on Spring. I give him $5 and I put $6 in my pocket.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. Yeah, because I looked at hats, and good Lord, those things are expensive to try to have those made. Holy shit.
It's stupid. And the embroidered hats are a little bit more, but I'll still sell an embroidered hat for $25, give the channel 5. But 25 isn't a tall order for a nice embroidered hat.
No, that's what you're going to pay anywhere, realistically.
This hat right here, these are going to be Jay's Rapid Transit hats. It's a Richardson 110 flex fit. Nice hat. We're going to embroider his logo on it. This embroidered on the hat. I'll put these up for $24.99, and he'll get $5 a piece, and I'll make about $5.50, $6 on it. My wife's the one that'll make all the money on them. She gets me $10 a piece to do the embroidery on them, but that's fine. That's what we do. It's she does the embroidery. I do the other stuff, and
embroidery takes a little more time.
It does. Plus her she shed out there's got 40 something grand worth of fucking machines in it that does this stuff. What's happening, Mr. Wilburn?
The embroidered No Name National stuff looks great. It turned out awesome.
And again, it boils down to, she takes the same pride in her work that, that I do.
The staff shirts we had at No Name Nationals, those nice collared staff shirts, embroidered logo, Tony did those. Those look great.
My wife.
And we're going to have No Name Nationals hats too. So that is coming.
We did those, but she gets the credit. She did the embroidery on those.
Oh, it looked corporate.
Yeah.
It looked nice. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It looked like you guys are going to a golf outing.
Yep.
Okay.
Have you ever went to a golf course? You ever
Here's
went
the
and shot a game of
leftover
golf?
right here.
Look at that.
And that's a blem. This one's a blem. That's why it was quote unquote the leftover. It's a size that I can wear, and
Looks good. That embroidery, it really pops. It looks great.
yeah, no, it's really a good product.
It takes it up another level.
And I don't remember, what were those, John? $30 a piece, something like that. I don't even remember.
They certainly were more than T-shirts, but they look great. So
Yeah. Well, they were more than T-shirts, but they were. I think they were still reasonable for what they were.
Well, the thing with them is those aren't intended to sell. Those were just
right.
Ron Warden, Barkley, and I and staff. So
yeah.
Mr. 250. Yeah, I see. It's after midnight. The number changed. I see.
It did.
You and that freaking orange pad! I swear to God.
I'm telling you what.
Do you need a ream of paper, John?
No, I got it.
As long as it's orange.
So you know what the story is on this orange paper?
Not a clue.
The office building that I used to be in until 2017. It's an old 1884 house in downtown Blacksburg, right? Big 7,000 square foot place.
Wow.
And when I was moving from the third floor to the first floor, because I sold the building, I sold it for the owner. It had this attic with these eaves, right? And I cleaned out in there, and I'm like, what is that? And I found this one ream of paper in this ancient, I don't know how old the stuff was, but it had this this patterned, type of jacket, a ream of paper. I didn't think too much of it. Oh, what was that? Okay, it's a ream of paper. So I put it on the truck, and then I bet you I moved downstairs in 2010 or something like that. I bet I didn't open that paper until 2 years ago. And I opened it up.
You're a hoarder.
I can't.
I'll use it someday.
It's a ream of paper, so you always keep paper stocked, right? Well, I opened this paper up, and I said, it's orange. What am I ever going to do with that?
Oh, you didn't even know it was orange.
No, I didn't know it was orange. I opened it up.
Man, who can argue a ream of paper then?
I didn't know what to do with it. And then anyway, when the idea to do the countdown clock goes, I know exactly what to do with that orange paper.
Right. You already got it.
But then now the orange paper has become kind of an institution.
Yes.
And no, Dean, I absolutely love orange and blue are my two favorite colors. I just don't like that orange.
Okay, orange and blue don't go together though, because orange and blue are the colors of the University of Virginia, and I'm Virginia Tech Hokie. So our colors are Chicago maroon and burnt orange.
Yeah, maize and blue. Honolulu blue and silver. That's your failure, but you never know. I'm not. It's not going to
an orange outline on white on a black background sure makes a good looking Tunnel Ram Mafia shirt, though.
Yeah.
And it's the best color to put on a '69 Charger as well. So
right,
Junkyard D. If there were more than 3% of people who like that color scheme, I'd do it because I like orange, but believe it or not, there aren't. Dallas did those red AHRA shirts that I like. It's amazing how many people complain about that. I don't know why.
About the red ones?
Yeah.
I've got a red one. Cool. I like it. I wear it all the time.
I bought one I think the one I bought was red.
Not every shirt has to be black.
No, I got the red one with my membership.
I like pale blue myself.
Well, that's odd, but that's cool.
I actually like these shirts. They call this a dark heather.
Yeah,
it's a good looking shirt.
No, I thought it was charcoal, like a charcoal color.
They also have a charcoal heather. This particular one is a Gildan dark heather. Is the color?
I don't like that color, John. I like the lighter colors because the sun cooks me like a lobster. I won't say a lobster. I tan very well, but.
This is the light heather.
Yeah, that's like a sport gray. Are those Gildans or?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, that's a sport gray then. Is that the 800 or the 8000 dry blend? I forget what those are.
Oh, let's find out.
Is it 100%? Is it 100% or 50-50?
No, it's funny. It's funny. This is the Fruit of the Loom. I never looked at that. The black ones are
okay. Those are last year's then.
Yep. The black one here is a Gildan.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks like a dry blend. That looks like a G8000.
Where does it say that?
It'll say right on the tag. Does it say Gildan dry blend on it? Or is it 100% cotton?
Heavy cotton.
Okay, it's a heavy cotton. It's a 5.3 ounce. It's the Gildan heavy cotton.
Good shirts.
Yeah, they are. They're good shirts.
I finally got smart about this, and for my shirts that I use just to hold up and show, I got a smaller shirt. I think the first one I grabbed out of the tub for that was like a 3X, and it's like a hold up a
circus tent.
I got a large for that to make life a little easier.
Right. Yeah, I think the one that I sent you, I know the one that I sent you is a 50-50 dry blend. That's the shirts that I use.
Good looking shirts.
Well, I guess I like them because it's friggin' hot here in the summertime, and they don't soak up so bad. And they hold up well. Oh, look at Dean. Dark heathers matter. My wife's stepsister is a light heather from Scotland. Oh, look at this. LP, man. Look at this late night crew. What's happening, Lars? Look out for the nonsense. Always, Dean.
Makes you wonder if Lars made it home or he's still at JB's.
He's probably still at JB's eating pizza.
I just figured he lived in the garage, to be honest with you. He's always there.
Right. Yeah, they're a good crew over there too.
Yeah, they were part of our neighborhood last year.
Yep.
Now, since you're on here, John, I talked to my friend. He's willing to do another ratchet, so I got to figure out what I want that award to be. So, or what if there's something you'd like to do, or if there's like a design, I can probably within reason have it done. So,
sounds neat. We got 249 days and 23 hours exactly to figure it out.
Yeah, but do I bring the car that is now done, or do I try to bring the car that I haven't even started? So,
well,
bring the one that you think you'll get done with.
I'll just bring the Cherokee again. Screw it.
I think
I'm bringing my same unit.
I know. I for one, would really enjoy seeing that Chambler in person.
Yeah, I would too.
That's just a cool freaking build.
When the next Honchero video comes out, I think you guys will either like it or hate it. So it's going to be going down an interesting road. So
Right on. Be sure to check it out. So what are you up to at this late hour, Mr. Wilburn?
I'm doing No Name National sticker fulfillment.
For the-
that.
Here, I thought you just woke up from a nap and you was doing this.
We gave away 29 pair of stickers.
29. Oh, that's right.
So anyway,
oh, was that what you were talking with Colleen in your live? I lost track of that. She threw my name out, but I didn't get.
There you go. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure I'm one of the recipients.
Sure.
What's that, John?
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad to just do a pair of these. They're nice. I mean, they're on the Scotch Cow film.
Mm-hmm. They're nice stickers. I like them. I think they're going to last on when I put them on. So,
do they fit in a standard envelope?
Oh yeah,
business.
Yep. The postage, of course, is going up to 21st of this month.
Oh, it's going up again.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Keeps going up, and the quality of the service continues to decline.
Oh man. Okay, I gotta. So I don't have a picture of Levi wins a shirt last week, and I go to send Levi a shirt, and so I put him in the. I don't know if I have one handy or not.
You talking about Dylan Levi in Indiana?
Yeah. I put him in those poly bags, right?
Right.
And the post office box, the outside drop box here in town is so mangled. I think every person on earth has hit that thing with their car. It's like the slot is crushed down. And where it's crushed down, all the paint's come off of it. Where the paint's come off of it, it's solid rust. And anyway, I don't know. I've never measured it, the height of it, but it's exactly 2X shirt if you do this, right? Okay. So the rust on it, when I push that shirt and poly bag through, the rust takes the address off of the label because the address is right square in the middle, because Pirate Ship puts the address right in the middle. So when you put the label on the middle of the bag, what's the highest part of the envelope is now the address. Sure. So I slid it through. It ground the address off, but it left the barcode and the return. So they could scan it in, and they knew where to send it back, but they didn't know where to send it to.
Well, if they scanned it in, they'd know where to send it to.
Well, she said they had to scan it in when it got there. So they returned it. And I reprinted a label. It was more aggravating. It didn't cost anything really. I didn't even have to reuse. I could even reuse the mailer. I didn't have to replace the mailer. But that box is just destroyed over there. And I'm like, you would think for all this cost increase, we could at least have a functioning mailbox, right?
The first three fellow channels I sent stickers to, the envelopes either didn't get there or got there and they were like shredded, or there was a boot mark on them. So basically nobody got their sticker. I think, Tony, when I sent you something, it never got to you.
Yep, you ended up resending stickers. You sent me stickers twice and I got them once. And Steven, Big Block 402, Steven sent me stickers that never showed up, and he ended up resending. There's a couple,
like Work Racing Productions, I had to make Conchero emblems for me. They sent it to my P.O. box. They got sent back. So I had them sent it to my house. It was here in a day. It's like, what are you guys doing? The hell's going on?
Well, shit. I sent. What did I sent something to John, and he's in Virginia. I'm in Arizona. And I was watching the tracking number, and the damn thing's up in New Jersey at one point.
Ooh.
Why in the hell, coming from Arizona, did the package go to New Jersey before it came back down to
Is
Virginia?
that one of those central hub things they always try to say it is?
Yeah. I've gotten stuff from Busted Radio Chris, and I've watched the tracking number, and it came all the way to Phoenix, then goes back to Albuquerque and hangs out in Albuquerque for 2 or 3 days before they finally decide to bring the fucking thing back here to me. And you wonder why the shipping is so expensive. It's like a pinball going across the country before it gets to its destination. A little bit of efficiency goes a long way in saving cost.
Yeah.
You're charging me twice to ship the thing. Wait, because you are shipping it fucking twice.
So I went up to a 7.5 by 10.5 bag, 1.5 bigger in each direction. I can do 2 shirts in these, and it's just perfect. So
for the most part, I buy the 10 by 13s anymore because I'm shipping more and more of multiples. Yeah. And with the 10 by 13, see, if I only put one shirt in, I fold the damn thing clear back over itself, and it comes down, and it comes back down to the smaller size and ships for the smaller rate. But, like this morning, I sent out 3 2X shirts to Rick at RC Industry, and those 3 shirts fit with room to spare in a 10 by 13. And if you shop the things, you can actually get them for about the same price, maybe a penny more a piece than a 6x9.
It was $1 more to get 200 in the teal, but I knew that I really needed to have them 2 different colors. Otherwise, it'll get messed up on the shelf, and I'll get the wrong bag. I'll put a label on it and screw it. You know that'll happen, right?
Oh yeah.
So that extra color, that $1, it really had nothing to do with fashion. What it had to do with was insurance against me screwing up my shipping.
Right. I'm still using a bunch of new old stock stuff. The ones that went out today got a bunch of big old Walmart looking smiley emojis on them. You'll see. You got one coming to you.
You know what I'm surprised that Tony hasn't done is taken all these free UPS labels and just made an envelope of the labels, like double ply, like front to back, and made walls, and then folded them over.
I get those
just
labels.
made an envelope of the labels.
I get those labels 5,000 at a time for free from UPS. Man. You just got to ask them for them.
Yeah, I don't have a cost-effective label yet. I use the laser printer with toner. And one thing I don't like is I can't really get the size formatted for what I want. So I want to come up with something a little different, because right now I'm using 2 labels, but I cut them down because if you put the label on there full size on the 6x9 bag, you get this crunchy label that doesn't really conform to the bag. So I cut the label down a little smaller before I stick it on there.
4x6 is the industry standard size.
Yeah.
That's what my label printer is 4x6. And of course, you're using regular paper, right? So you're sticking them on with tape.
No, I use labels. I use labels, but I can't get. I got to work with a little bit to get Pirate Ship to format the labels. Like, I wish it would do 4 to a sheet, because it prints them too big. And then you wind up having to cut it down, because if you put the thing on there full size.
What size are your sheets?
I don't think I have one in here. Or do I? No, I thought I had one here. Oh, yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Yeah. My sheets are.
It looks like a regular 8.5 by 11.
Yeah, it is. But when it prints to the middle of this.
Right.
Which is fine, but I could put it on there like it is. But if I put that entire piece on there,
yeah, it's too damn big. Yeah,
I mean, I wish they just scored it smaller.
Right.
Or what would be even better is if it did 4 of those labels on here.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're talking, because I could just keep putting this. I could just keep putting this in there, but I like being able to leave my printer on the same format, which is to print on the left side, because then I can put this in head first and face down. It'll always print. Then when I use the one off this side, I just put the sheet in the other way.
Right.
It works. It's a little cumbersome. I wish I could figure out something a little more streamlined for this, because I got the shipping now, thanks to Tony. I got the poly bags, learning Tony's tricks. So the next upgrade will be that. But
yeah, you need to just break down and buy the printer and get the free labels from UPS.
It's working. It's working. Keep making little improvements at a time.
But yeah, whatever works. Yeah, I did the same for years. I did the same damn thing that you're doing, and I finally got sick of it. But see, I stumbled over my printer. I got it off Marketplace for $50. I mean, that was a freaking no-brainer. And it was actually the dude that I bought it from that told me the trick about signing up for a UPS account for free and getting them to send me the labels for nothing. So, I mean, I'm all into this thing for $50, and shit, it was, damn, I think I've had it for 7 or 8 years now already. It's paid for itself a million times over.
Well, my insurance against the post office's drop box eating my label up is one little piece of tape across it, and then you can't get a rust problem taking the address off again. So.
Right.
But anyway, whatever. I don't ship enough for it to be a problem, but it sure is convenient being able, like at a time of day like this and on the weekends and whatever, to get all your shipping done, and all you do is go down there and just drop it in the box and leave.
Yeah, so you can get free boxes from the post office, and believe me, I get as many of them as I can get out of them.
Oh, the flat rate boxes?
Yeah, well, the flat rate boxes, any of them, you can go right to USPS.com. Again, you got to make an account with them. But they'll send you pallets of the damn things if you ask for them. Flat rate boxes, regular priority mail boxes, bubble mailers, all that shit's free.
These are great boxes.
Yep. And you get them for free too. And you just pay for the flat rate shipping when you ship them.
These things are freaking great. They are the perfect size for getting my big No Name Nationals decals. Are perfect.
I used to use the large flat rate box years ago. It was $23 at that time to ship it anywhere in the world. If it fits, it ships. And I would put 2 rear hub bearings for Acura Legends at a time in those boxes and ship them to Australia. I had a buddy over there that was building them Legends, and he couldn't get the parts in Australia for a reasonable price. I was buying the bearings over here brand new for, I think it was $80 a piece or something. I'd mark them up a little bit to sell them to him for $100 and ship them to him in Australia in those damn flat rate boxes. It worked out well. But, again, that was a whole nother time. You sell on eBay, you just print the labels box and load it up and drop it off. Yeah, you can't make no money selling on fucking eBay anymore either.
No, that ship sailed. I was doing decent until they started changing stuff last year, and it just tanked everything.
Oh yeah, you can't, as a seller, you cannot make squat. They get it by the time you pay their fees, they get over 50% of your freaking money.
So
I mean, unless you're selling crap out of your garage, I mean, you can't resell and make anything.
Yeah. The shipping's what killed me. Trying to ship little things like little custom parts here and there. It's I sell it for $5-10 and it's $7 to ship it. It's there's no
there's no point.
No.
And that's it's funny you bring up shipping and eBay too. It really the straw that broke the camel's back and pissed me off with eBay was when they started adding the cost of the shipping to their final value fee that they charged you.
Yeah. It was supposed to get cheaper when they stopped using PayPal, and it's not. It never did.
Yeah, but how the hell can how is that even right to sit there and charge you a percentage of a cost that you have to absorb 100% of it? Literally, you lose money.
Yep.
I bet you what their argument is, though, is that people will inflate the shipping cost and pocket part of it. But even if they did, it doesn't get there for free. So they're guaranteed that they're screwing you over some percentage. The only debate is what percentage. Is it 80 or 90% that they're ripping you off?
Yeah, there's a lot of companies that do that, inflate shipping, and that shit pisses me off. And as much shipping as I do, I can tell. And I won't buy from a company like that. You make your money off your product. If you got to fuck me on shipping to make a profit, you're doing something wrong. And I just don't know if I trust you.
Well, on the little guy end, it's like, I'm going to charge you a tiny bit more because I got to buy a box, tape. It's not just, but on a business side, no. You're writing off anyway.
Well, we'll take, for instance, we'll take Ricky's shipment, the shirts that I sent to RC Industry. It cost me, the shipping label was $9.47, and I charged him $10. But I'm talking about like a company that'll take that same $9.47 and charge you $20.
Yeah.
And they're out there, and that's chicken shit.
Agreed.
But yeah, I'll round it up. I'll round it up 50 cents or 40 cents or 10 cents. But
everybody
I've also rounded it down. If it was 9 1/4, I probably would have charged him $9. Just because it's easy math.
Round numbers.
Because I ain't making my money on the shipping. And if I cut the margins that close to where I can't throw a quarter in the kitty for the shipping bill, then I better just give up.
I'd make it $9.11 on principle.
Right. Again, just taking, another example. Hey, Peckerwood Aaron's in the house.
I hear there's noise.
Good afternoon to him.
Oh, yeah. I hear there's noises about trying to put pressure on outlawing 5.56 ammo, which won't happen, but it will sell a lot of it. So make sure to wear my shirt today.
I saw you wearing. I seen you wearing that earlier. Shit, I hadn't heard that one yet.
It's nonsense. It's just it's a bunch of crap. It'll just make people think what they have is gold, but still.
Well, there's a bunch of shit stirring around. I saw that in your live. There's a bunch of shit stirring around a month or so ago about some ammo shortage, and I never really saw the price go up on it.
Yeah, but you got to remember it's election season, so it's time to start pushing, trying to make people panic over everything. So,
right.
If you're gonna hoard something, don't hoard guns, don't hoard ammo, hoard training.
Exactly.
Because if you get training, you'll figure out how to get what you need of the other.
I thought it was you're supposed to hoard toilet paper, or was that not the thing? Okay.
Speaking of that, did you guys back in that era, the COVID era, did you guys, any of you ever see that short or reel or whatever it was out there? The little girl's dad that did the math on the 425 sheet roll of shit paper from Costco. Oh, it was absolutely hilarious. He's doing all the math, the 20 sheets per shit and this, that, and the other thing. It was fucking hilarious, and basically breaking it down to why in the hell do you need the whole store worth of toilet paper? One case of this thing's good for, it was like 5,200 shits or something. It was funny.
I just think that's a crazy thing to hoard because the amount of room it takes up.
I know,
There's some
right?
things that make no sense to hoard, like water. You can't store enough water in your entire house to make it through anything where potable water is a problem. So
Right.
what you should do is have several ways to purify water.
Right.
Because you'll always be able to get water. It's just, is it potable?
Yeah.
So have life straw at the bare minimum. The best is have a Berkey water filter. Have some, tablets of chlorine. Have some tablets of bleach. Right. Have several ways to purify water. I mean, store some, but
I use my Pro Pure, which is basically a Berkey every day. That's all I drink.
yeah, they're great. They're great. Get one, and that should be your primary means.
Yeah,
it's kind of funny how people prep and hoard things.
Well, and the funny thing is, you listen to half of these so-called preppers, they'd be dead in a week.
No, it's perfect for me though. Without my meds, I've got about 4 to 6 weeks, and I'll die without the medication. So that's all I have to prep for is that long. I'm fine.
Well, make sure you have drink as much medication.
That's something. In your case, that's something that I would hoard is that medication.
No, the biggest thing I need to do is get that medical pill book that shows you all the equivalents and everything else. That's the one thing I actually need, simply because if I do go somewhere and I run out of the medication, I need to know what's the equivalent, because literally if I don't have it, I die. So.
Or in a crisis situation, something that, if you stumble over a storage of pills somewhere, you might be able to pick out the shit in it to keep yourself going.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like Scott's version of edible plants. We go out in the wild and find things to eat. He says, okay, I'm going to go in and pillage the pill cabinets for the stuff that people don't want, but I know what.
Yeah, the nice thing is, I don't need any of the narcotic stuff. I need the shit they're going to throw away anyway.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. So like the pirates. Let's just say, when the world breaks down, the pirates are going to go door to door. They want all the OxyContin and stuff, right? And he's
I don't give a shit about that stuff.
I need the stuff that you would throw out anyway, so I can figure out how to make my own. Exactly.
Yeah. Well, then the motherfuckers find out he needs it, and then all of a sudden they want it.
Well, that's where you fix it with the 5.56.
Exactly. That's right. That's what I was just going to say. That's
right.
I don't feel like I have enough, but I do have enough, if that makes sense. I mean, I got about 3,000 rounds. I mean, that'll last a little while, but
you should have 1,000 rounds of each caliber that you have.
Right.
That's kind of
I'm talking about just 5.56. But
yeah. So the thing with 3,000 rounds is the guy who says, "Oh, well, I have 10,000." Whoop-de-doo. Because with 3,000, man, you are not going to get in a 3,000 round firefight that one of a few things isn't going to happen. It's going to be over. You're going to win. You're going to lose. You're going to get back up.
Right.
You're not going to have any engagement. It's going to go on like that at all. So,
right. And the guy that's got 10,000 rounds is going to be out. I got 10,000 rounds, and he's going to be spraying and praying, and he's going to fricking run out.
He's going to have 10,000 rounds, and he's probably going to die with 9,998 of them.
Right.
Just because he never learned to shoot.
Yeah, but let him talk, because then you know where to go to get shit.
Sorry, guys, I knocked the microphone over. That had to be loud.
It's just. I find it interesting. I listen to some of these people that say that stuff. I just find it interesting.
Yeah,
it's more practical than that, I guess.
But yeah, that's what I mean. It's enough. Is it ever enough? Probably not, but it's enough.
No, you need to learn it. You need to know how to kill it, how to cook it, clean it, eat it, all that other crap. So.
Exactly. And that's the other thing where the 5.56 comes in, is it's a good round for getting food.
It's a good all around cartridge.
I've always stayed with the thing. Try to get the most common, at least 1 or 2 guns, the most common rounds in your country.
Well, 9mm is a pretty good international round.
Yeah. And that's what I've got the most of is 9mm and 5.56. I've got a beautiful SR 40 Ruger. I don't have much ammo for it because 40's gotten to be such an obscure round. It's hard to come by at a reasonable price.
Well,
But
in most cases, you can't go really wrong with a 22 long rifle.
Right. But and I do have, I've got a bunch of that. I've got a nice Ruger Mark III. I love that little pistol. I traded a guy that for some work.
Me too.
One of the things that I've done in advanced pistol classes is a lot of it is thinking about how to solve the problem, right? Like we basically put them through it's sort of like an IDPA stage, but it's more creative than that, right? And the person can watch the person in front of them go. The class can watch the person in front of them make the run, but it changes each time, and they don't know what the change is going to be, right?
Right.
They're behind the half wall. And so each student gets a different thing. So like sometimes I'll lay a completely different firearm out there that they have no idea. They may never have shot. Maybe they have. Who knows? But the whole point is when we debrief is like you should familiarize yourself with how to run different kinds of firearms because you never know what you might pick up, right?
Right.
So if you're an AR person, you've shot a lot of AR, but let's say you've never shot an AK, well, that might be your time to learn. And it might get you to thinking. So, you know what, maybe I should learn how to run some different kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
And learn the battery of arms for the weaponry.
Right, but that's the point because you may not be able to have whatever your favorite whatever is.
Yeah.
If things go right, you might not be able to choose.
Yeah, as shit hits the fan, it might be what you get to pick up off the ground is what you got to fight with.
I've had friends teach in other countries, and they just they have to shoot whatever they get when they get there. They can't take their own arms, so
yeah.
Well, in all likelihood, if it's here, it's going to be a Glock. So that's probably the most.
Okay. Well, I know a guy that went. I can't remember where he was teaching, but he said when he got off the plane, what he had to use to teach with was a Browning high power.
Yeah, I've got one of those.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like, man. If I was going to pick a list of 10 guns I want to teach with, that one wouldn't make that wouldn't make the top 100. But that's what you have to be able to run, right? And you have to learn to run it. And so it's valuable to learn to run different stuff and what you can do with different cartridges.
I love my high power. Other than that trigger safety.
What's that, Scott?
I love my high power. I just hate the magazine disconnect. I've gotta get that fixed. Other than that, it's a great gun.
There's a lot of stuff like that it's worth working through so that you kind of have more aptitude at running stuff you're unfamiliar with.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got if you get the opportunity and you're out at the range with a buddy and he's got a different gun, than what you're used to, shoot it. Run a few through his, get used to it. It's just another skill, another piece you get used to.
Yeah. We've got a good range here that you can actually rent a lot of different firearms too. So it's nice every once in a while you see something weird you'd never shot. Figured, screw it, I'll rent that in a box of ammo and just have a good afternoon.
Sure. And pick up a little skill on that particular firearm.
Yeah, it's always good practice, taking training with something that you're not familiar with. It's always interesting.
Take out an avocado.
I know I did some shooting with a Tavor. You know what that is? Those are some funky looking rifles. Got a huge sight offset on them. Just stuff like that.
John, is that a bullpup?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because the name sounds familiar. I think I've seen them, but I've never actually handled them.
Yeah. Israeli.
Yeah.
And there's all kinds of weird stuff out there. It's just, I don't know. It's good to learn different stuff.
And you're talking 12 gauge when you say a bullpup.
No, it's
No.
you know what? You've ever seen a Steyr AUG? It was in a lot
Oh
of
yeah.
It's that style. I think that's one of those front ejection ones too. It's got a lot of interesting features.
Gotcha.
The bullpup is to rifle what the cab over is to a truck.
Right.
That's the best way I can describe it.
It's like the mullet of firearms.
Yeah, kinda. One of the goofier ones I shot was a pistol. What was it called? The Rhino. Remember those?
Is that that underflung revolver?
Well, yeah, it was a revolver, and it fired on the bottom of the cylinder. And the idea is that it would fire with the barrel in line with the palm of your hand, so that it wouldn't have as much muzzle flip. And then it had this really goofy tall front sight about this tall, because the barrel was moved down to the bottom of the cylinder,
below the cylinder. Yeah.
And I would hear people say, "Oh yeah, man, it changes so much. It's so great." I never really thought it made that much difference, because if you grip the pistol right to start with, or revolver right to start with, you're not going to see that much difference. I think that's why they never took off.
Right.
But some people swear by those things. That's kind of neat.
Barrel that far below the tip of the sight, it sure takes some getting used to be accurate on your.
The sight was real tall. It had a real tall front sight.
Well, that's what I mean.
It looked like a shark fin because the barrel was so low.
When you're used to shooting a conventional firearm, looking over that sight, you're gonna be always shooting low with the damn thing until you figure it out, get used to it.
Yeah, well, it's so I haven't played with it enough to really find out what the. Okay, like you're shooting an AR, you're at 25 yards. You should be about 1.25 inches low. Right?
Yeah.
Because you got a tall sight offset. What's 2.5 inches on an AR?
Yeah.
And so these things, they have a little bit of sight offset, but it's not a lot. It's maybe an inch. It's maybe an inch, but it'd be goofy. It'd be wild and different.
Yeah, I've got a red dot, green dot optic on mine. I love that thing. Oh my God, I finished a General Lee fixed Bucks card and placed the car on the card, primered Casper, and finished that card. You guys are still on.
Yeah, it's 1:30 in my land. So
yeah, he was going to. Tony was going to sign off an hour ago.
I was going to shut down an hour ago. It's over.
Yeah, you get talking about cameras and microphones and firearms, and the stream just keeps going and going.
It's just different.
That's what these lives are all about. We just hang out and talk about whatever and relax on a Friday evening.
Well, I don't have an alarm clock tomorrow, so I'm good.
I gotta leave here about noon tomorrow. I got a few things got to get done before that. Yeah. I got to show a house that's an hour that way, and then I got to show a house that's another hour that way.
Oh.
There's never anything easy about that. But I know one thing. It's kind of disheartening to see how little you get these days for the kind of money that is being asked for some of these houses.
That goes for anything. You know, I went to the grocery store the other day and spent $200, and it's like, what the hell did I just get for $200? You know?
It used to cost me $45 or $50 a week to get groceries. Now it's $70-$75 for the same things.
Dude, I used to go to Costco and fill a deep freeze, a big one, the size of this desk, with steaks and high quality hamburger meat, and for $500, and $500 you can get 2 packages of steaks for that.
It'd be a chest freezer instead of a table.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
We got a chance to fix that this fall, so
yeah, I sure hope so.
Go a long way toward it anyway.
Well,
I'd love to get rid of that 20% across the board we got in the last 2 years.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's going to take more than a minute to undo, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cheaters ain't gonna quit cheating, so we'll just have to see what they pull this time. I don't know. I don't know if this country will put up with it, but we'll see.
Can't afford to put up with it much longer.
Yeah, well, a little less talk and a lot more action goes a long way. But, we've proven they cheated. We've proven they lied, but we don't do shit about it.
No.
It really shouldn't surprise you anymore, though, honestly.
It doesn't.
No. All right, Tony, I'm going to get off here. I'm not much help anymore. I know when you was live earlier by yourself, and I forget who else commented. It was like, oh man, he needs somebody to. I won't say throw you a rope, but it's easier when there's a couple people in here.
Yeah, that's what we do in here. We just hang out and bullshit and talk.
3 hours later, I'm still on this damn thing.
Oh, we've done it for 7 before, and
I know.
I think I forget what the record is. I think it's 7 hours and 56 minutes or something like that. Me and you and Brian.
Yeah, I think I went to bed one night, had to get up, let the dog out at like 4, and you were still on.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
It was had to be one of them nights when me and Dust Devil Brian were on. He ain't come in one of my lives in months now. I don't know what he's been up to. Maybe he's pulling different hours.
I haven't seen him at all lately, honestly. I haven't known him.
He was in John's live tonight in the chat.
Okay.
Well, I see Brian in there occasionally. He usually swings in about halftime.
Yep. No, he was in there tonight. Maybe he's pissed at me or something.
I'm leaving again.
See you, Mr. Don.
Probably tomorrow night somewhere.
Probably in Bucks.
Oh yeah. Yeah, sunset's about 5 o'clock, so I'll be home by then.
Right on. Take care, Don. Have a good weekend.
Everybody else.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get out of here in a minute too. Of course, I said that an hour ago. So,
yep. I just wanted to stick my head in, say hi, and get Tony a little cranked up, maybe.
Yeah, stick your head in, say hi, and get me another 20 watch hours.
Yeah, I got one of those things from YouTube that tells you stuff. I think I got about 800 watch hours last month.
Did you?
And I don't try for any of that. It just is what it is. But all I know is it's plenty to keep it, what do I have to do? Keep rolling like a 4,000 rolling year or something?
Yeah.
I think that's what they want.
They demonetized my live stream from this week, so I appealed it, and they manually reviewed it and said my live stream was fine, so they reinstated the monetization. It's like,
what was their excuse for doing it in the first place?
There's everything. There was nothing said about why. It's like there's nothing overly offensive. I mean, we cuss here and there, but that's the extent of it. It's
YouTube. It's unbelievable what YouTube will tolerate and say is okay.
Yeah,
if they like it, yes. It's all about perspective. If it's popular at the time, you can say whatever you want. If it's not,
motherfucker, cocksucker, I'm gonna kick his fucking teeth in.
Yeah. You know what?
I reported that video. Several other people reported that video, and it's still up.
But you know what? If the person that was said about was like trans or something, boom, they hit that with an axe, and
right.
That's how it works. You know it is.
And the thing is those threats, they weren't made against just one individual.
Anyway.
Well, hey,
that video stays up.
YouTube is awfully selective.
John, just remember, I am technically transplant, but it's still trans.
Yeah, I don't know. Like you said, it's incredible what YouTube will put up with, and then the
Well, it's funny.
minuscule bullshit they'll penalize you
I
for.
have a playlist that it has surveillance video of self defense shootings in it, right? And YouTube deleted one that said it was against community guidelines. And I've had these up for years, right? And then they deleted another one. And it's just like they were on a crusade to get rid of gunshot stuff, right?
Right.
And this was stuff that was on newscasts, and there's nothing graphic in it.
Yeah.
But what it is, I think they got these 22-year-old people with purple hair and stuff that don't have any wisdom doing the reviews. Well, and he finally deleted a third one, and each time on the first two, I tried to make a really nice, logical appeal, and I explained that this is footage from newscasts. It's for educational purposes. There's nothing graphic and all of that. And as soon as I hit submit on the message, the inbox would refresh with the denials as well. We've reviewed your appeal, and so no one read it. Right? There's no one read it. So the third one they removed, I wrote this letter that was it was kind of scathing, but it was comical. And I kept saying things like, "You guys don't read squat. You're a bunch of hacks."
Right.
Just to try to see what response I would get, because you're just talking to a machine, right?
Exactly.
But apparently the machine picked out words in it and flagged it, because I didn't get a response back. I got a response 3 days later that said the video was fine and it can stay. So apparently, if you appeal to YouTube but you use inflammatory phrases that trigger it to get a human to read it, you actually have a better chance of keeping your stuff.
Well, I think I told you about the friend that my wife had that out of politeness used the word shoot instead of shit
Oh,
on Facebook.
yeah.
Oh shoot instead of oh shit.
Yeah.
Because she was trying to be polite and not
Right.
curse, got put in Facebook jail for 30 fucking days.
Yeah, dumb.
But
there's no wisdom
shoot,
at YouTube.
For using shoot in place of shit. I said next time just say shit. Say fucking shit.
Yeah, it's strange how the machine, because but it shows you YouTube lies, because it said I could appeal it and they would review it, and clearly when I sent the appeal, I got a denial back immediately. Like within 5 seconds. I said nobody could possibly have reviewed this in the 5-10 seconds it took for me to get this in the same inbox refresh. It just didn't happen.
Yeah, that's
So
why I call
YouTube
it
is not
PC
honest
book
about that.
or fake book. Yeah, they're all the same. I do think, Zucker turd in his Facebook is worse than YouTube, but
yeah, from my experience, yes.
It's all the same leftist AI. The AI is only as smart as its programmer, and when the programmer is a bunch of liberal asshats, it's going to behave like a liberal asshat.
And that's one reason I don't want to make a living from YouTube. I don't think it's at all safe.
Right.
At any time they feel like canceling you, you are done.
Exactly.
And all of us here on this screen have like the least level of protected class.
Oh yeah,
so,
because
it's fair game on us.
Them.
We're a level 0 protected class. We don't have layers of
but I don't know.
Can't be canceled.
I don't know what person the organs came from, so I could partially be black or Mexican or anything else. Right.
Well, when it comes to the virtue signal, whatever you look like you are is good enough for them. Right. That's unfortunate, but that's true.
No, it is. People should be judged on the content of their character, not the color of their skin.
Totally agree.
Well, I honestly, in any of this Facebook and Zuckerberg or any of that. Twitter, well, Twitter's just a cesspool. But unless you're sucking off frickin' what's his nuts, Soros, you ain't safe.
It's a little hard to do now. He's kind of dead, so.
His demons
His money's
live
not.
on.
No, his lackeys and his power isn't dead, but he might be. Well, he is, but his influence isn't.
Biden's probably been dead 2 or 3 years.
Right.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is a corpse at this point. I tried.
I'm embarrassed to say it, but I didn't realize the old troll kicked off. When did this happen?
About a month ago.
Nice. I'll throw a fucking party in the name of that. He will not be missed. When I do get monetized, I'll probably immediately get demonetized. They'll look back at this video because I said fuck Soros.
Well, I had tried Rumble when I started doing YouTube, and I got 4 or 5 times more traction on YouTube than I did on Rumble. I think if I'd been political, it would have been different, but I'm not with this stuff. So.
Rumble just isn't. It just does not have the reach.
No, it doesn't. There was several platforms that tried to spawn, and they didn't get the traction.
No, I'm trying very hard to stay off TikTok. So,
yeah, I won't. Yeah, I don't trust TikTok. It started out a Chinese spy ring, and I still, they say they got that shit under control, but I don't believe them.
I have a healthy distrust of things for good reason. Like, I remember people always said I was paranoid when I said, look, when you do a Form 4473, you know, for the ATF, when you buy a firearm, I said, as far as I'm concerned, you just registered your gun.
Yeah.
Yep.
You sent your name, address, everything, your ID, serial number of the gun, you send it all in, then run your background. It's, oh, we don't keep any of that. And they're not allowed to keep it by the National Firearms Act of 1934. It's blatantly illegal.
You know that doesn't mean a damn thing.
But they did anyway, because a couple of years ago, they got caught with 6 billion records that they were not allowed to possess.
Yeah.
So the point is I have a healthy distrust of a lot of these government organizations for good reason, because
it's called history. You have a healthy distrust of that shit because of history. Because they've done all the shit before.
Sure,
look at the hoops and shit you can tax stamp and all that bullshit you got to jump through to get to legally possess a suppressor. No, people, it's not called a fucking silencer. It's a suppressor.
Well, Ira Maxim invented it, and he called it a silencer.
Well, in a lot of places in Europe, if you want to hunt, you have to use a silencer because it's proper etiquette. So it's like, come on.
But what? Yeah, right. But what I was getting at is, look at the hoops and shit you got to jump through, and I think now it's $800 or $900 by the time you're done paying for this and paying for that for the so-called right to own the fucking thing.
All it is, it's just a muffler for your gun.
Yeah,
that's all it is. You get a ticket if you run your car without a muffler. You know, you get a ticket if you run your gun with a muffler, and the muffler doesn't keep either one of them from making noise.
No,
people are just way wrapped around the axle about this whole notion of what those things actually do. They keep you from going deaf, is what they keep you from going.
It's the same thing with everyone.
So do muffler plugs.
Yeah, well, or everyone says bulletproof glass or bullet. No, nothing's bulletproof. It's bullet resistant.
Bullet resistant, yeah.
Right.
But the public has been trained to think that that's how this stuff works.
That stuff's fun to shoot, though. I've gotten to shoot pieces of it.
Have you?
It's wild to look at, see how far stuff can make it through.
So is ballistics gel. That's quite interesting.
Yeah, ballistics gel is fun to play with.
A friend's wife is a biochemist, and she made us some ballistics gel when we went shooting one time. That was pretty cool.
Nice. I'll stick to diecast. Leave the politics to the liars and thieves. There you go.
I involve as little politics as humanly possible in my stuff. It's simply because no matter what we think, it doesn't matter. You're never going to solve it on a YouTube.
No.
You're not gonna.
No, you're not.
Solve it anyway.
Well, no, it's like they say, it's like playing chess with a pigeon. Yeah,
That's a good way to put it.
they're just gonna squawk and knock shit over and poop on the board. It doesn't matter. It's one-on-one. I don't mind talking politics at all because half the time you can at least maybe you'll learn something. Maybe they'll learn something, but you don't learn shit online.
Not the way you said that about the pigeon, that has a striking resemblance to Joe Biden.
You haven't heard that like a pigeon, like playing chess with a pigeon before?
Well, I've heard that, but not the extent you just took it, knocking shit over and shitting on the board.
That is kind of what Biden does when he tries to walk off the stage these days.
That's what I meant. It sounds an awful lot like
they caught him lying in the 80s when he was running for president. He was bad then. He was full of shit then. He's 5 or 6 times more full of shit now. And the idea that everybody is so afraid of a game show host, at the end of the day, Trump is a game show host, and they're extremely afraid of a game show host.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't get it. It's just
Ronald Reagan,
the most powerful country in the world, and we're afraid of a guy that said you're fired.
Ronald Reagan was a fucking actor.
Yeah.
Peckerwood Customs, they have been stealing your serial numbers and recording them illegally here since 1934. They've been doing that illegally all that time. That's how they do it, illegally.
I don't like the idea that they know what I have, but at the end of the day, I really don't care because when they fucking come and try and get it from me, it's going to be a fight. So, whatever.
Although, really, that's a really rare case that's what's going to solve anything. That's not the thing that solves anything.
No.
DNA, eyewitness statements, placing people at scenes of crimes and all of that stuff, it's not really going to solve anything.
No.
Well, unfortunately, Michigan passed red flag laws, so that'll be interesting to see what comes of that.
Yeah.
And that's
Virginia's got a bill in the hopper I love, though. Virginia, and I suggested this like 10 years ago and couldn't get anybody on board with it, but several states have what they call an enhanced permit. And Mississippi was one of the first. And so you have a regular permit, and then you have another one that has a higher level of qualifying to get, but you can carry anywhere. In Mississippi, if you have an enhanced permit, you can carry in the courthouse anywhere. That bill's in the hopper for Virginia. I think it's $395. I'm sure it won't pass, but it sure would be cool.
Right.
Because I've already got the prerequisites for it. So then, nothing but a plus for me.
Well, you need to do the same thing they do to pass all the other weird shit. You need to stick that bill in something else they're going to want to pass, so they're forced to pass the other shit.
Well, I've got some experience doing it in Virginia, working with the legislature. It is interesting, but
what these idiots that want to pass these stupid, ridiculous laws don't understand is over-regulating and or disarming people like the three of us is not the answer to the problem. It's not going to keep the guns out of the hands of the asshole that shouldn't have them.
You have to remember at the end of the day, they don't want to actually try to address the problem. They don't want to fix anything. They just want to use scare tactics to move stuff. Because if they actually address the problem, it would open up a whole other can of worms because it's mental health, it's physical health, it's 99 other different things that have. It's not the tool, it's what drove you to use the tool.
Problems are profitable. It's profitable to have problems and chaos.
Yeah.
Sure.
Think about it.
Like they said, never let a crisis go to waste.
Never let a crisis go to waste. You can get people's votes and their power and their money if you have a problem for them to give it to you to solve.
And what nobody seems to understand is, the best part is if you like Group A and they write a law, what do you think Group B is going to do when they get into power and have access to that law? A law is a law. It doesn't matter who's got it. They're going to use it against you eventually. That's how this shit works.
Oh yeah. Well, that's the thing. You know, when this is on the chopping block and the other side says, "Well, I don't care about that." Then what happens is something they do care about on the chopping block, and the other group in there for them, and that game of divide and conquer has been going on forever.
Yeah,
it's interesting. I've gotten to do some of that stuff in Virginia, and it is really interesting how some of these people operate.
yeah. LP94 Lars. If it wasn't the guns, it would be the bricks.
Oh, look at England, where they literally have knife bins, and if you get caught with a pocket knife, it's like having a gun over here. They're always going to keep going. There's always going to be another crisis.
People have been getting killed in car wrecks for decades. They can outlaw cars?
Alcohol. No one's going to touch that.
No, there's too much money in it.
Nope.
Weed.
Exactly. They're never going to touch that.
You know, everywhere you go, they want to smoke weed now because it's fucking legal.
That's the new thing. It's a plague.
That's the funny thing. You can't smoke a cigarette anywhere, but you can smoke weed everywhere. Very strange.
Weed is a plague. It's everywhere now.
It's a shame because there are benefits to it. At some point with all my medical stuff, that's probably going to be my only option, but I don't want to walk around smelling like it. And every third billboard in Michigan is about weed at this point.
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now, all this weed and all this legalized gambling that's going on everywhere, the two biggest popular thing, it will come back to hurt us. It will degrade society. There's no doubt in my mind. It's going to wind up being a net negative a couple of generations from now.
Well, the other part of it is, though, the government never should have had the right or the privilege to outlaw any of it in the first place.
Well, yeah, they just took that upon themselves. They did it with everything.
Yeah. Well, it's like anything else. You make it, it's legal. So then it's more exciting. Then it becomes worth more. Then more people do it. And, it's cool to do it. It just feeds itself. It's self-fulfilling.
Yeah. So the online gambling is a real plague. And I knew when I would see all these states passing it because of the revenue that it was going to have a lot of unintended consequences. And it is. You're going to have more people that are just homeless and broken and bankrupt, and this
then they turn to violent crime to survive.
Yeah. But don't worry, that money's being used for the schools. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
I know. In Michigan, they whatever money they get from the lottery, they remove it from the other part of the budget. So there's no improvements. It's just they're cycling shit through.
Yeah, they've been saying that here too, and now they say the weed money goes to the schools and this and that and bullshit. It's going in some bureaucrat administrator's fucking pocket is where it's going. It sure as hell ain't making.
Both parties have a habit of taking whatever they use as their speaking point and using it to funnel money to their friends. So,
oh sure. Just look at Hunter and Joe. Look at the frickin' Biden crime syndicate, as I like to call them. All the frickin' money that's been funneled between Joe and his boy. It's disgusting.
The same can be said with the Prescott Bush family as well, with the CIA connections and all the money and all the military contracts. They're both dirty. It's just who's more dirty, I guess, at the end of the day.
Right. Well, the Republicans ain't innocent either. That's for sure. There's a lot of bad ones there too.
Remember that my favorite thing is I can't remember who it was. It said that Republicans are just Democrats driving the speed limit.
That's a good way to look at it. But at the end of the day, that's what made Trump great, because he may have been endorsed by the Republican Party or however the hell you want to look at it, but Trump was not a fucking politician. Trump could not be bought. And that's
Yeah,
what
that's why there'll never be another one. They're going to do the same. They've done the
made him
same thing
good
they
at
did
his
to Ross
job,
Perot.
because he didn't care about their filthy fucking money. He cared about what he was in the White House to try to
They're just
fix.
going to pass more laws like they did with Perot. When Perot had a chance of winning, that's when they passed a bunch of laws that made it so you almost had to be in the two-party system. Now it's going to be even worse with the stuff with Trump.
Which
we're going to see an interesting year, that's for sure.
you really start digging deep into that, and that's unconstitutional.
Yeah, but that hasn't mattered in a very long time.
No, you're right. You are right. You know, these Democrats we got in office now, they just soon wipe their ass with the Constitution as read it.
Well, I know I've said it in a couple of live streams, but it's the Constitution is not to regulate us; it's to regulate the government.
Right. That's the problem. These assholes fail to realize that they work for us. When in reality, they're controlling us, and that's bullshit.
Yeah. Well, the figurehead changes every 4 to 8 years, but the infrastructure never does. It's all the
Right.
same. It's all the same dirty bastards behind the scenes. So
I read somewhere, I think it was a headline on Microsoft News that, and I don't know who's trying to do it. I know it's a group of Democrats are trying to outlaw militias. Outlaw the being able to be in a militia. Think about that. If it weren't for militias, we wouldn't have America.
How would that even work?
Shit.
But literally, how would that even work? Because by its own nature, the first militias were technically illegal by the British law. So
first of all, militias are enshrined in the Virginia Constitution. There's 4 classes of people who belong to militia. But the point is that the militias are why we're free.
Yeah,
I mean that's who won our war. Of course, they don't want that. They've learned the lessons from 1776. I don't like where any of it's going.
No, I just hope enough people wake up before it becomes something where it has to become violent. I don't want that.
Right.
I don't either. Hope it's not my lifetime.
Well, they definitely put the accelerator down with everything in the last couple of years.
Oh, yeah.
That's no lie. And if they keep it up, they are going to push people over the edge.
Yeah, but I think that's what they want, because then it'll give them a reason to start pulling martial law on.
And take from everybody else. That's right.
Exactly.
Because they're going to keep blaming when one person has a problem and does something really stupid, rather than trying to understand why. They're just going to blame everybody that looks like him or smells like him or talks like him and start taking everybody's stuff.
Never let a crisis go to waste.
Yeah, it's sad.
Well,
we live in a time where we have more access to more information in the palm of our hands than anyone in history. You can look up almost anything you want within about 10 seconds, and we seem to be getting dumber.
Yeah, and at the same time, this same device.
Speaking of that, I'm absolutely loving this. I'm loving this Tucker Carlson network he's got now.
Did he ever land it? Because I've seen his things here and there, but
he did. Well, here's the great thing about it, though. What he's doing is he's another step higher in the food chain of people who had huge influence in traditional media going to completely independent media, and how much influence can they take with them? Because that's what I'm seeing. So, for example, when a network got rid of somebody 20 years ago, they silenced them. They won. It was over, right? Not anymore. We're seeing enough pull with this independent media. The first people to start reaching escape velocity, I would say, would be people like Joe Rogan. Yeah. He's beyond the realm of being canceled, and he has more reach, on non-traditional media than he would have on broadcast TV.
Yeah, well, the same thing could be said with Tim Pool to a lesser extent.
Yeah. Well, but that's the thing. See, now they're getting enough reach without having a network, and that's a big deal because we no longer have that power control of the messages like we did, and that's really changed in just the last few years.
Oh yeah, the internet
scares like the biggest one to do this yet.
Yeah, the internet scares the crap out of the people.
Yep.
It's a big deal. It's I can see a big difference in how much reach a person has now versus 2 years ago versus 5 years ago. It's tremendous. Even though we've had the internet a lot longer than that.
Well, I think people are starting to realize it's not just to look up, cat videos. There's so much here.
Yeah.
If someone says a word I don't know, I look it up. If someone says, "Hey, what's this thing? How's this work?" and I don't know, I look it up. I want to gain knowledge.
Right.
I want to gain information. If I'm wrong, I want to know it because I don't want what I'm saying to be incorrect. I don't want to lie to people even by omission.
Yeah, or an honest mistake. And yeah, no, I get it. I'm the same way. I use it.
DNR, are you going to find one of those nuclear warheads and put it in your truck to propel you down the track at Sykeston this year? You going to repurpose it a little bit?
Oh hell, it's 2:00. I gotta get.
I gotta nail. Yeah. I gotta work tomorrow too. We'll see y'all.
Yeah, it's time. 4 hours.
Fun. I like to jump in for second shift with Tony, so I got to take a little break after mine. But I like to jump in sometimes for.
I got to stay on my next one because Bondo Billy keeps coming in right as I'm getting ready to. Literally, as I'm hitting the off button on my live streams, Bondo Billy magically appears. It's like, oh well, I guess I'm gonna have to have one of these run longer.
Yeah, that's how it happens. But they're fun.
Yeah.
Well, you guys have yourself a great weekend.
You too.
Appreciate everybody hanging out and people in the chat hanging out. We had 4 hours and 6 minutes of fun tonight.
Indeed.
Talked about some interesting stuff and not so interesting stuff. Stuff that needs talked about and stuff that people need to wake up and listen to. We could go on for another 4 hours talking about it, but we ain't gonna.
It's like the Matrix. You can't be told about the Matrix. You have to learn about the Matrix.
You'd be seeing in 4 hours. You'd be seeing an empty chair and hearing snoring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have it in the tank.
No, me neither. I got shit I should do tomorrow too. So
I technically have to be up in 3 hours, so I probably should go to bed.
Yeah.
Well, I got a long day.
Can't tell you how many times I've done that, and I hate it.
Take it easy, everybody.
Y'all take care.
Good night.
Night, everybody.
Later.